Chapter 1796. It had been 6 years since Wang Lin entered the void filled with the law of the immortal astral continent. This year, the immortal astral continent was peaceful. There was no war, and there was not much friction between the ancient Tao continent and the celestial clan. During this year, several geniuses shined brightly in the 72 celestial continents. One of them was named Yun Yifeng. During this year, the celestial emperor who ruled the 72 celestial continents in name came out from tens of thousands of years of closed-door cultivation. Half of the immortal astral continent was shrouded in endless celestial spiritual energy. During this year, some cultivators from the cave world quietly reincarnated. No one knew where they went. During this year, not much happened in the 36 countries and 3 clans of the ancient Tao continent. This year passed very peacefully. Each continent on the immortal astral continent was dozens of times the size of a cave world. It was very large, and ordinary cultivators would find it difficult to leave their continent in their lifetime. In particular, there was a heavenly river between the celestial and ancient continents. This heavenly river contained a strange power and contained extremely powerful celestial and ancient beasts. Only those old monsters that were as old as the world could live in the heavenly river, but they wouldn't go too deep. As a result, the heavenly river became the first ravine for those that wanted to invade each other's territory. Just like that, a year passed peacefully. The celestial clan's 72 continents were the furthest from the heavenly river, the heavenly bull continent. If the size of this continent was shrunk countless times, one could vaguely see that it looked like a bull. That's why it was called the Heavenly Bull. This continent was very remote and was very far from the celestial dark continent. A long time ago, it was called the Outer Continent. This was the eastern part of the immortal astral continent, and together with the other 8 continents, they were called the East Continent. The East Continent had 9 sects, the Serene sect. The Purple Yang sect was the leader, and the Donglin sect was the most mysterious. In addition, the Gui sect, the Great Soul sect, and so on are the most famous sects in the East Continent. Outside the 9 sects of Serene, there were some smaller sects that were weaker and couldn't compare to these 21 behemoths. Furthermore, the Purple Sun sect was rumored to have one of the great heavenly venerates of the 9 suns. The Heavenly Bull continent was the sphere of influence of the Great Soul sect and the Gui sect. 7-colored celestial sovereign Su Dao had founded his sect in a remote corner of the Heavenly Bull continent. This place was filled with black mountains. Amidst the undulating mountains, a dense forest could be seen. From afar, there was a mist-like miasma above the forest, and birds and beasts were rarely seen. Within this mountain range, there was a lone peak. The black gas here was the thickest, and it hadn't dissipated for tens of thousands of years. This peak was the 7 Dao sect. However, when the cave was closed, Su Dao sealed the 7 Dao sect. After so many years, the 7 Dao sect had declined, and there was not a single living being inside. It was surrounded by death energy. This was also the place where one would appear after exiting the cave world gate. Whether it was Yun Yifeng or Fan Shanlu, everyone with the bloodline of the immortal astral continent would appear from here. They looked at this familiar yet strange hometown and left one by one. On a certain day in the 6th year, if one looked through the thick fog, they would see many pavilions. At the top of the mountain, there was a temple. This was where the 7 Dao sect used to be and where the 7-colored celestial sovereign used to go into closed-door cultivation. On this day, a figure silently appeared outside the hall at the top of the mountain that was shrouded in mist. It was a black-robed young man. Even though he looked young, his body gave off the vicissitudes of time. He was Xian Luo. Xian Luo looked at the 7 Dao sect's main hall that was hidden by the fog and slowly sat down. Wang Lin, everyone has reincarnated, but I can't control when they reincarnate. Perhaps it will take several years or 1,000 years for them to reincarnate, but they are safe. Xian Luo let out a sigh as he looked at the temple. He could vaguely see Wang Lin struggling against the law of the immortal astral continent in the void behind the temple. There are less than 4 years of time. Disciple, Teacher has done his best to help you. Now you have to rely on yourself. Xian Luo slowly closed his eyes, and there was a faint, red light between his eyebrows. This red light was to guide Wang Lin so that he wouldn't get lost. In the void between the cave world and the immortal astral continent, Wang Lin's face was pale. His hands formed seals, and his ancient Tao power surged through his body to resist the pressure coming from all directions. This force was already indescribably powerful. If it wasn't for the mosquito beast still moving forward, Wang Lin would have stopped here. Even the Mosquito King had slowed down a lot. It struggled under the pressure and would occasionally let out silent roars. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. The source origin energy in his body had all dried up and couldn't be replenished. The only way to resist the law of the immortal astral continent was his ancient Tao body. He hadn't seen a single corpse in the void for over a year. It was obvious that it was extremely rare for someone to be able to come here. The blood dragon around Wang Lin had long dissipated. Even the red mark between his eyebrows was so faint that it was almost impossible to see. 7 years of time was extremely difficult for Wang Lin, especially when he had to protect his wife and Lim Yuan. As a result, he had to endure more pain with each passing day. But he had no regrets. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. On this day of the 8th year, the pressure increased greatly and the void seemed to solidify. Wang Lin continued to bleed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became blurry. He vaguely understood that he wouldn't be able to withstand it for much longer. With a miserable smile, Wang Lin raised his right hand with difficulty and pressed it on the head of the Mosquito King, who was struggling to move forward. During these 8 years, the Mosquito King had accompanied Wang Lin. He could see that this might really be the home of its ancestor. It was obviously more comfortable here than Wang Lin. However, it was not born here. Perhaps it would be able to adapt to this place after countless years, but right now, it still couldn't enter the depths of the void. After forcing its way in, the mosquito beast was extremely tired. It still needs to fuse with more law of the immortal astral continent and evolve again and again to become ferocious. Don't go crazy with me. Since this is your hometown, you should stay here. You've been with me for more than 2,000 years. Today, you should leave. The Mosquito King's body trembled and it let out a roar. This roar spread out in all directions, and this roar contained a will. This was the first time it didn't listen to Wang Lin. It didn't want to leave Wang Lin. It wanted to use all of its power. Even if it died, it wanted to send Wang Lin even further. Wang Lin revealed a smile. Although he was enduring great pain, this smile was very happy. He shook his head and slowly stood up. This simple action was very difficult for him. The moment he stood up, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly that had disappeared for a long time. Popping sounds came from his body as his ancient Tao power erupted. At this moment, he obtained the power to temporarily leave by himself. His right hand formed a seal, and he didn't allow the Mosquito King to refuse. His palm landed on the Mosquito King's head. The Mosquito King trembled violently and stopped moving. Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and charged forward. Go! This is your home. Don't worry about me. Wang Lin's voice was determined. He waved his sleeve, and the remaining 9 mosquito beasts flew out toward the Mosquito King. This pause and movement caused the distance between Wang Lin and the Mosquito King to increase. A mournful roar entered his ears. This roar came from the Mosquito King. This roar was like the cry of despair of a child that had been separated from its parents. Wang Lin's heart felt a stab of pain from this roar, but he didn't turn around. He used all his strength to charge forward like crazy. He knew that he would most likely die this time, so why drag the Mosquito King down with him? Behind him, the Mosquito King broke free. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it charged forward like crazy. It didn't want to leave Wang Lin's side. Even if it died here, it wanted to die beside its master. However, with Wang Lin's speed, especially when his palm landed on the Mosquito King's head, it turned into 10 seals that prevented the Mosquito King from moving forward. After stopping 10 times, the distance between the Mosquito King and Wang Lin increased infinitely. No matter how hard the Mosquito King chased, it could no longer find its master. That sorrowful roar echoed across the void and traveled an endless distance. Wang Lin struggled to move forward in the void, and he could still hear the mosquito beast's sorrowful roar. He turned around and took a profound look behind him before clenching his teeth and continuing to move forward. After chasing for a long time, the Mosquito King still couldn't find Wang Lin. Its body trembled and slowly stopped under the violent pressure. However, it didn't give up. It suddenly turned around and flew back with the 9 mosquito beasts. It wanted to fuse with the aura of this place and quickly evolve to its ancestral state. Only then would it be able to find its master faster. It was the 9th year. It had been a year since Wang Lin separated from the Mosquito King. Wang Lin's body was exhausted to the limit. He took heavy steps and used all his strength to protect his wife behind him. His eyes were lifeless, but there was a shocking will in them. This will was a defiance that he had possessed a long time ago. More than 2,000 years ago, he was still immortal. His blood flowed all over the Hung Yu Sec steps, and he never gave up climbing. More than 2,000 years later, he was still that stubborn Wang Lin. First update, please guarantee the monthly ticket. Chapter 1797. Immortal Astral Continent, Eastern Continent, Heavenly Bull Continent, Heavenly Bull Continent's 7 Dao sect. Xian Luo sat outside the fog and waited for several years. It had been half a year since the agreement between him and Wang Lin, which was 10 years. However, Xian Luo didn't leave. He still waited here, even though the dim red mark between his eyebrows had completely disappeared. The disappearance of the red mark meant that Wang Lin's path back had no more guidance, or perhaps it meant that Wang Lin had died. Did he fail? Xian Luo's eyes were filled with sadness. He let out a sigh and closed his eyes. He was prepared to wait a bit longer. Perhaps a miracle would appear, even though the chances of this miracle happening were very slim. In the void between the cave and the immortal astral continent, Wang Lin's hair was a mess. He carried the heaven-avoiding coffin on his back and walked forward. He no longer had any thoughts or strength. What was pushing him forward was the will in his heart. In this will, he would use his body to protect his wife and never give up. The red light between his eyebrows had disappeared half a year ago, and he could no longer feel the path ahead. The only thing he could do was to not retreat and keep moving forward to find a way out. During these 10 years of time, in this dark void, in this silence that could make one go crazy, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and persisted. If he didn't have that will, his mind would have already collapsed. In truth, if it wasn't for the fact that he had another opportunity when the red light disappeared half a year ago, it would have been very difficult for him to persist. After all, his ancient Dao cultivation had been consumed for 10 years, and he didn't have much left. Just at this moment, a ray of light appeared before him. This light was very weak, and at a glance, it looked like the remains of a corpse. As they approached, the figure became even clearer. It was an old man wearing purple robes. His eyes were tightly shut, and there was not the slightest trace of life in him. However, the white light that was being emitted from his body was exceptionally eye-catching in the pitch-black emptiness. No one knew where this old man came from. Even though he was already dead, one could vaguely see a mysterious energy gathering within his body amidst the white light. At this moment, the moment the corpse appeared, Wang Lin's dim eyes shined brightly. He suddenly raised his head and charged forward at a very fast speed as if he was struggling toward the white light. As he closed in, Wang Lin's right hand reached into the white light and pressed down on the corpse's chest. He directly inhaled. With this, the white light around the old man gathered in Wang Lin's hand and quickly disappeared. At the same time, the mysterious force from the old man's chest entered Wang Lin's body through his hand. This force made Wang Lin feel cold, but it was this cold feeling that made his mind clear. After absorbing this force, his withered essences showed signs of recovery, and even his ancient Dao power recovered a bit. Wang Lin let go of his right hand and allowed the old man's body to float away. Wang Lin's expression became a bit better as he floated in the void. Wang Lin didn't know what this force was, but he had encountered a corpse like this half a year ago. After absorbing this force, he gained the motivation to continue. This force was very mysterious. Not only could it restore essences, but it could also restore ancient Tao power. This kind of change should have been impossible, but right now it had appeared before Wang Lin. In 10 years of time, Wang Lin had only encountered 2 corpses like this. Wang Lin became spirited and his eyes lit up. He immediately activated his cultivation to resist the pressure of the law of the immortal astral continent. He touched the coffin behind him as if he could feel Li Muin's existence inside. Then Wang Lin silently walked forward by himself. His speed wasn't fast, but he didn't stop at all. He didn't change his direction and moved forward in a straight line. 10 years have passed. I don't know where the end is. I shouldn't be going the wrong way. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and quickly disappeared into the distance. This force is very strange. If I had encountered more of it, I wouldn't have died of exhaustion. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out in all directions to search for the light. However, it was pure coincidence that he had encountered this corpse. If he wanted to find it, it would be very difficult to find it without changing direction. It wasn't until 1 year later that Wang Lin didn't encounter a 3rd corpse like this. His cultivation was gradually consumed to the limit, and he was like a dried-up oil lamp. Wang Lin's face became extremely thin. Even if someone he knew met him, it would be difficult for them to recognize him. The light in his eyes became more and more faint until there was almost no light left in them. He was like a dead person. He didn't know how far he had to go. It was this unknown that turned into a terrifying emotion that could make a person collapse. Even Wang Lin's was affected by this terrifying emotion. However, every time his hand touched the coffin behind him, a determination would erupt in his heart and push him to never give up. However, reality was cruel. 3 months later, the last trace of Wang Lin's consciousness was wiped out and he passed out. There was no more aura coming from his body, but in his coma, he still used his body to protect the coffin behind him. Even though the coffin was filled with cracks, and if it wasn't for him protecting it, it would have already collapsed. 1 person and 1 coffin silently floated in the void. The moment Wang Lin passed out, the pressure from the law of the immortal astral continent disappeared. Wang Lin didn't know about this strange change. At this moment, he was like a dead person, and even the 3-life spell was useless. He carried the coffin in the void and floated toward another location. Just like all the corpses he had seen along the way, they floated eternally in the void. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin's eyes were still closed, as if he was dead. On the immortal astral continent, inside the fog of the eastern continent's 7 Tao sect, Xian Luo let out a sigh and stood up. Including the time before, he had waited for 15 years. It wasn't that he didn't want to wait, but at this moment, a powerful celestial spiritual energy came from the distance, making it impossible for him to continue existing here. This celestial spiritual energy was heaven-shaking, and before it even got close, it caused the world to rumble. A golden sun appeared in the sky, and there was a tall figure standing inside the golden sun. At the same time, another sun appeared in another direction, and Dao Yi stared coldly at them from within. Xian Luo understood that he had to leave. Disciple, take care. If you're not dead, you should come to the ancient Dao to find me. Xian Luo let out a sigh and waved his sleeves. A monstrous blood sun appeared, and he flew into the sky. Xian Luo left. From then on, no one waited for Wang Lin outside the 7 Tao sect. At this moment, Wang Lin was still floating in the void, but he had changed directions. It was unknown where he was, but he had become part of the wreckage in the void. Time passed, and several more years passed. Some people reincarnated on the immortal astral continent, while others were still lost. Perhaps it would take hundreds or even thousands of years for them to reincarnate. Why was the difference in time so big? Even Xian Luo couldn't figure it out. On the immortal astral continent, in the western continent, in a mortal county, a little child was born. This child was very unusual. When he was 6 or 7 years old, he would play with his friends and often call himself king. If other children didn't listen, he would beat them up. His ferocious appearance slowly made his neighbors afraid, and they all began to play the king game. In the southern continent of the Celestials, on the immortal astral continent, a child was born. This child was also extraordinary. Although his family was ruined, at the age of 10, he was already a very famous swindler in his city. However, once a swindler became famous, it would be difficult to continue. As a result, the child left his hometown early, and no one knew where his talent went. Time passed slowly, and a very long time passed. Xian Luo had already returned to the Ji Dao clan with a gloomy expression and had chosen to go into closed-door cultivation. When the ancient Dao emperor saw that Xian Luo had returned alone, he sneered in his heart. He slowly stopped thinking about why Xian Luo had come back to find someone. It seemed many people no longer thought about the name Wang Lin. This was true on the immortal astral continent, and it was the same in the cave world. However, there were still a few people who could not forget this name every time they thought about it. Mu Bingmei was like this, Tang Shan on the immortal astral continent was like this, and Yin Yifeng, who had gradually become the new leader of the Gui Yi sect, would also think about Wang Lin. The Mosquito King also didn't forget about Wang Lin. Back then, Wang Lin had stopped it from following him, so it had gone crazy and brought its 9 companions to fuse with the aura of the law of the immortal astral continent. During this fusion, it had metamorphosed a total of 4 times over the past few decades. Every time it metamorphosed, the Mosquito King would become several times stronger. It was as if it was formed by law, and every time it metamorphosed, the pressure here would weaken until it no longer existed. Finally, after the 5th metamorphosis, Wang Lin's Mosquito King erupted with an aura that shook the entire void. Its body was no longer like a cultivation planet, but completely changed into smoke. This smoke was blurry, as if a mosquito had walked out from an ink painting. It didn't have a corporeal body, but its ferocity had reached a peak. Then the Mosquito King no longer absorbed the law of the immortal astral continent. Instead, it scattered into a large amount of fog and devoured its 9 companions. It fused into one and set off in endless fog. It was going to find Wang Lin, find its master. The second update is here. Ask for monthly votes. Chapter 1798. It desperately transformed, risked great danger to evolve, and even devoured its companions. There was only one goal, and that was to find Wang Lin, to find its master. Its sorrowful cries echoed in the void. It no longer had a body, only a blurry fog. Its speed was so fast that it instantly filled the void. As it searched, it became even more anxious. Its body suddenly stopped, and with a loud bang, it completely collapsed. This entire mass of fog turned into 100,000 parts, which turned into 100,000 mosquito beasts. They flew in 100,000 directions and began to search like crazy. The cries were like a call for its master. In the depths of the void, there was a corpse and a coffin floating in a certain area. The corpse's right hand was tightly gripping the tent scroll. It was as if even if its arm was broken, it wouldn't let go. It had been decades. At this point, there was a dim light on the corpse as it evolved. It was like the white light that Wang Lin had absorbed from the 2 corpses. It was like a mosquito that had condensed from the void. Without the Bodhi's body, the corpse and the coffin floated in the distance. In an instant, the palm-sized mosquito beast was anxious to worship the phoenix. It kept moving forward, passing by the corpse and the coffin. But soon, the mosquito beast's body suddenly stopped, and it stared at the corpse in the distance. Tens of thousands of smoked silkworms roared excitedly. At this moment, the smoked silkworms charged forward like a madman, closing in on the humans in an instant. His gaze landed on the body. Looking at the thin and shriveled corpse, his eyes drooped. This corpse was poison divination. The mosquito beast opened its mouth. but its mournful voice was enough to surpass all words. It was a roar of extreme sorrow, a call of despair. As it roared, strands of smoke came from the void and turned into mosquito beasts. In the end, 100,000 mosquito beasts appeared and gathered together to form Wang Lin's Mosquito King. The Mosquito King's eyes were red, and it let out a mournful roar. Its large mouth gently touched Wang Lin's body, as if it was trying to wake up Wang Lin, but each time, it was to no avail. After countless attempts and countless failures, the Mosquito King's body trembled. Its roars were hoarse and filled with despair and sorrow. It had worked hard for so many years, searched for so long, and finally found its master. But all it saw was a corpse. With its simple nature, it couldn't accept this kind of thing. It suddenly raised its head and grabbed Wang Lin and the coffin. It turned into a cloud of mist and flew into the distance. The void was extremely terrifying to others, but it didn't feel any discomfort to the mosquito beast that had gone through 5 transformations. It charged forward like crazy and carried Wang Lin and the coffin across an endless distance. During its 5 transformations, it had some vague memories of the void that contained the law of the immortal astral continent. It vaguely felt that there was a place here where its master could awaken. However, this place was very hidden, and even it had to search for a long time to find it. It didn't know how far it had flown or how long it had flown. After searching for a long time, the mosquito beast finally saw the first curved continent in the void. Or rather, it couldn't be considered a continent, but a huge curved platform. This platform was irregular, as if it was part of something. It was about 100,000 feet wide, and from a distance it didn't look big. It gave off bursts of white light. This light gave off the same feeling as the light from the 2 corpses that Wang Lin had absorbed. There was nothing on the platform, but there was an invisible barrier that prevented anyone from stepping in. This barrier was completely formed by the law of the immortal astral continent. Forget Wang Lin, even Xian Luo would find it difficult to break this barrier. Only the celestial ancestor, the Ji ancestor, and the 9 strange beasts that accompanied them could enter the barrier of law and enter. In Mosquito Beast's vague memory, its ancestor seemed to have been born on one of these curved platforms. And if its master could also enter one of these platforms, then its master would definitely awaken. Outside the curved platform, the Mosquito Beast carried Wang Lin and the coffin toward the barrier. With a bang, the Mosquito Beast penetrated the barrier, but Wang Lin and the coffin were blocked outside. The Mosquito Beast was startled and immediately rushed out of the barrier. It carried Wang Lin and tried again, but it failed several times. As a result, the Mosquito Beast became anxious. It roared and waved its mouth. It took a strand of Wang Lin's hair and charged at the barrier once more. However, this time, it was the Mosquito Beast that entered the barrier and the strand of hair was blocked outside. The Mosquito Beast went crazy. It rushed out of the curved platform and roared at the platform beside Wang Lin. A moment later, its eyes were filled with madness, and its large mouth shrank to the size of a needle. It carefully sucked out a drop of blood from Wang Lin's withered body. The drop of blood was swallowed by the Mosquito King, and after using its smoke-like body to protect it, it rushed toward the barrier once more. This time, when it was halfway in, it let out a painful roar as if it was stuck there. If it didn't spit out that drop of blood, it wouldn't be able to pass through. The Mosquito King's roar was heaven-shaking, and it struggled to pass through. However, the power of the barrier was endless, so the Mosquito King could only enter halfway. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't pass through. After several attempts, the Mosquito King's eyes turned red, and the mist around its body quickly shrank. It seemed to gather all of its essence inside its body to wrap around that drop of blood. It opened its mouth and spat out that drop of blood without caring about anything else. Because half of his body was inside the membrane, and his mouth was inside, the moment he spat, the blood immediately flew out and entered the membrane. However, this barrier didn't allow anything from the outside to enter. The moment Wang Lin's blood entered, it immediately vaporized. Just as it was about to disappear, the Mosquito King rushed in and used its body to protect the drop of blood. It let out a painful roar. Its body showed signs of dissipating and quickly shrank by more than half. However, under its protection, although a lot of the drop of blood had vaporized, a trace of it still landed on the curved platform. Since ancient times, this was the first drop of blood that didn't belong to the law of the immortal astral continent to land on this platform. Most importantly, this drop of blood was formed when Wang Lin was either asleep or dead, and the white light condensed from Wang Lin's body. It was precisely because of this that this drop of blood would bring him the biggest fortune in his 2,000 years of cultivation. This fortune was enough to shake the heavens. This platform existed in the void of the immortal astral continent, and not many people could enter. Most of them were dead or lost. The location of the platform wasn't fixed and was constantly floating, making it even more difficult to find. If not for the vague memories the Mosquito King had gained after going through several metamorphoses, it would have been difficult to find even after searching for countless years. These two conditions were already extremely difficult, and very few people could complete them. Adding on the fact that this platform prevented anything that wasn't formed by the law of the immortal astral continent from entering. It was like a ravine, making it even more difficult to meet the conditions. Unless it was like the Mosquito King, who was desperate to send the blood into the platform even at the cost of its own life. To be able to make the Mosquito King, which almost never recognized an owner, do this was a great fortune. However, these weren't the last conditions. The last condition was that the body had to be dead or asleep in the void, and it had to emit white light. This white light was actually part of the law of the immortal astral continent. Only a few people could emit this white light after they died. No one knew the specific conditions. All of this was thanks to Wei for him to be able to do what Wang Lin was doing. The blood fell on the curved platform and was immediately absorbed by the platform. The entire platform trembled and invisible ripples spread across the void. Rays of white light came from all directions and rushed into the platform. Thunderous rumbles came from the platform, and the Mosquito King excitedly flew out to guard Wang Lin. The thunderous rumbles became even more intense, and the platform began to move. It slowly softened, and its edges rose like a hand forming a fist. It gradually closed and became a giant empty shell. The empty shell was filled with blood energy. This blood energy continued to fuse with the white light it had absorbed. Eventually, it condensed into a human-shaped shadow. From the appearance of this shadow, one could vaguely see that it was Wang Lin. The moment the shadow condensed and became clear, Wang Lin, who had been sleeping for decades, slowly opened his eyes. He could clearly feel a force coming from his bloodline and nourishing his body. The ancient Tao power inside his body suddenly recovered. At the same time, his 7 essences seemed to reach their peak. He could vaguely feel that there was another him in this world. The moment he opened his eyes, the Mosquito King's surprised cry entered Wang Lin's ears. He saw the excited Mosquito King and the huge stone shell that looked like a fruit. Vaguely, he seemed to see his other self inside. What is this? Wang Lin's mind was filled with confusion. The 3rd night has arrived. There's no 4th night today, but I'll continue tomorrow until the 3rd night. Let's see how many days I can last until the 3rd night. I remember the previous record was 5 days. This time, I'm going to break the record. I need motivation. I need monthly votes. Chapter 1799. Wang Lin looked at the fruit-like stone shell. He couldn't see what was inside with the naked eye, but he could feel that there was another him inside. It could even be said that when he closed his eyes, he couldn't tell whether he was outside or inside the stone shell. It was as if he was sitting cross-legged inside the stone shell, and he could feel his original body outside. This strange feeling was something Wang Lin had experienced before, but it had never been as strong as it was now. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion. The Mosquito King rubbed his body with its mouth and let out happy and intimate cries. The Mosquito King's body was much smaller than before. At this moment, it looked like a blurry fog that could dissipate at any moment. However, there was a powerful life force coming from its body. The Mosquito King's change caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow. He raised his right hand and pressed it against the Mosquito King's body. His hand seemed to touch the void, as if it didn't feel corporeal at all. However, the Mosquito King revealed a comfortable expression. It was as if as long as it was beside its master, it would be very satisfied and happy. The Mosquito King had followed Wang Lin for many years, and they could already communicate with each other. The moment Wang Lin's hand touched the Mosquito King's blurry body, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and fused with the Mosquito King. Soon, memories of the Mosquito King being imprisoned and sent away by him appeared in Wang Lin's mind. This was not a soul search, but a kind of transmission. Wang Lin had done this before, and it wouldn't harm the Mosquito King. This was because the two of them had communicated with each other for more than 2,000 years. Gradually, Wang Lin saw the Mosquito King transform again and again. It desperately evolved and devoured 9 of its companions. All of this was to find him. He saw the mosquito beast split into 100,000 parts that filled the void and slowly found him, who was either asleep or dead. He also heard the mosquito beast's mournful and despairing roars as it brought him and Li Muan into the depths of the void to this place. Wang Lin saw everything that happened after that. After a long time, Wang Lin was touched. He looked at the joyful mosquito beast and looked at the mosquito beast that was constantly rubbing its body with its mouth. He gently patted its body a few times. "It must have been hard on you." Its master patted it a few times. His gentle gaze and understanding words made the mosquito beast even more happy. It let out a soft hiss, and ripples spread out from its body. It was as if the happiest moment in its life was now. The mosquito beast's loyalty was something that Wang Lin had never seen in any vicious beast before. This beast was the only one that would never change. Whether it was when Wang Lin became immortal, or when they were separated from each other in the starry sky, or when they saw this scene in the void, it was clear that this mosquito beast was willing to give up its life for Wang Lin. Wang Lin was a grateful person. He could do anything for the mosquito beast. The reason for that was because this beast was no longer his pet. Instead, it was like his family. After gently patting the mosquito beast's body, Wang Lin's gaze fell back on the stone shell that looked like a fruit. In the mosquito beast's memories, this thing seems to be the same as the place where its ancestor was born. What exactly is this stone shell? Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he walked a few steps toward the stone shell. He raised his right hand and slowly pressed it. However, just as his hand fell, a rebound force came from the stone shell and bounced his right hand back. It didn't allow Wang Lin to touch it or go deeper. He tried several times from different positions, and the rebound force still existed. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin gave up on the idea of controlling the avatar inside to walk out. He had a vague feeling that this would be a great fortune for him. This fortune was the avatar that had appeared out of nowhere in the stone shell. This avatar was clearly growing inside the stone shell. Perhaps in the future, once this avatar broke out of the shell, it would possess an extremely terrifying power. This power was the law of the immortal astral continent, because this avatar was born from the law of the immortal astral continent, just like the mosquito beast's ancestor. Forcibly interrupting it was not worth it. Most importantly, Wang Lin knew that the reason he could wake up from his slumber and recover his cultivation was because his avatar was inside the stone shell. Due to the connection between him and the avatar, the growth of the avatar could make the original body stronger. This kind of thing was very strange and couldn't be explained clearly. Wang Lin pondered for a long time. When he was in the cave world, he had seen some ancient jades about feng shui. He vaguely felt that this matter was very similar to feng shui. Feng shui pays attention to the location of the burial cave. Then can I consider this stone shell the most noble burial cave in the world? Since my avatar was born here, it is the same as my avatar being buried here. In this way, I can use my avatar to grow and slowly obtain nourishment. I originally thought this was nonsense, but now it seems very similar. Wang Lin pondered and slowly retreated. He looked at the stone shell and gave up on breaking it or letting his avatar out. Mortal emperors pay attention to the dragon vein. If their ancestors are buried in the dragon vein, then their descendants will be very rich. Now that I've buried my avatar here, I want to see what kind of fortune it will bring. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he didn't hesitate to charge into the void. The mosquito beast let out a cheer and followed Wang Lin. It picked up Wang Lin and quickly disappeared into the void. As he moved forward, Wang Lin looked back at the direction of his avatar, and his eyes shined brightly. Compared to the nonsense of feng shui, Wang Lin was more looking forward to the growth of his avatar. The connection between him and this avatar was very clear and couldn't be cut. Once this avatar fully matured and walked out of the stone shell, Wang Lin believed that the world would change greatly. As the mosquito beast flew, Wang Lin carried the heaven-avoiding coffin that Li Muan was in as he charged into the void toward the exit. At this moment, he was in the void. He didn't know that on the immortal astral continent, when his blood was brought into the curved platform by the mosquito beast and turned into a stone shell, an extremely rare third upheaval occurred on the immortal astral continent in the countless years since the birth of the immortal astral continent. This upheaval shocked the entire immortal astral continent. Countless powerful cultivators came out of closed-door cultivation, and countless sects had serious expressions. The sect masters and elders all looked up at the sky, and countless divine senses swept across the world. This upheaval even attracted the attention of the 9 Empyrean exalts of the immortal astral continent, a rare occurrence of all 9 suns appearing at the same time. No one could forget this scene. Even many years later, it would still be the same. It would become a mystery on the immortal astral continent and be speculated by countless people. When the celestial ancestor was born, 3 signs appeared. The golden sky and black earth were one sign. When the ancient ancestor was born, he had 9 signs, and the silver eyes were one sign. This was an illusion. Although ordinary cultivators didn't know about it, anyone with a certain cultivation level or a powerful sect would more or less know about it. On this day, in the sky above the immortal astral continent, in the direction of the celestial clan, in the celestial nether continent, the imperial city that ruled the entire celestial clan and named Distorted, and a giant vortex appeared. This vortex swept in all directions and continued to spread. It was too fast, far faster than a cultivator could fly. In an instant, it shrouded all 37 continents in the central continent, and the boundless vortex turned into a golden sky. As the golden light appeared, the earth was dyed black. It turned into the golden sky and black earth that appeared when the celestial ancestor descended. At the same time, a vague shadow suddenly condensed inside the vortex. This shadow was blurry, but one could vaguely see that it was wearing a golden robe and had a crown on its head. It stood inside the vortex, as if it was standing between the heavens and earth. It was filled with heaven-shaking, celestial, spiritual energy. Anyone who saw this phantom image would have their first impression of a name that would make them tremble with excitement. Celestial Ancestor. It had been countless years since the celestial ancestor disappeared into the void. This was the first time an illusion had appeared on the immortal astral continent. This made the entire celestial clan excited. All the grand Empyreans of the celestial clan appeared and bowed at the sky. At the same time, a giant vortex appeared in the sky of the 36 countries of the ancient country. This vortex was black and swept by as if it wanted to compete with the celestial clan. Terrifying, domineering auras radiated out from the vortex, filling the area. All of the citizens of the ancient nation were so excited that they dropped to their knees and kowtowed. At the same time, Xian Luo, who was in closed-door cultivation, and the other 4 grand Empyreans of the other 2 clans rushed out. They looked at the giant vortex with disbelief in their eyes. Inside the vortex, There was no shadow like in the celestial clan, but a pair of eyes. It was a pair of silver eyes that looked at the celestial clan and gave off a monstrous silver light. The entire immortal astral continent seemed to boil at this moment. 9 suns appeared at the same time and shrouded the continent. They gave off an aura that made all life tremble. If this was it, although it would shock the immortal astral continent, it wouldn't be so shocking. Just as the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor's eyes appeared, a third giant vortex appeared in the sky between the celestial clan and the ancient country. The appearance of this vortex set off a wave of disbelief and horror across the immortal astral continent. This is impossible. How could there be a third vortex when the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor descended? For a third vortex to appear under the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor, what does this mean? Doesn't this mean that there is an existence similar to the ancient ancestor and celestial ancestor inside the third vortex? Just a few dozen votes away from first place. First place after a month. Brothers, sisters, and fellow cultivators, we urgently need monthly votes C6. Rush to first place. Rush to first place. Chapter 1800. Even if it was nonsense, according to feng shui, those buried in the dragon vein would have a noble fate. Once their fate was determined, their descendants would benefit. Wang Lin didn't believe in feng shui. He was a powerful cultivator that could move mountains and seas, change the heavens and earth, and even create stars. For him, feng shui could be created and controlled by himself. However, at this moment, he could still use feng shui to explain the shocking scene on the immortal astral continent. Those buried in the auspicious cave would have their descendants rich and have few disasters. Those buried in the auspicious cave would have their descendants rich and powerful. Those buried in the dragon vein would have their descendants rich and powerful. Similarly, those buried in the dragon vein would be able to establish a kingdom. Wang Lin's avatar was in the place where the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor were born. Although it was not the same curved stone platform, it was part of it. As a result, Wang Lin had the same fate as the celestial ancestor and auspicious ancestor. This fate was not cultivation, but it was far beyond the limit of any cultivation. This fate wouldn't reveal too much at this moment, but as time passed and his avatar grew, Wang Lin's future would be unimaginable. Wang Lin wasn't completely clear about all of this. He was just a bit confused. A lot of speculations appeared in his mind, but he didn't believe all of this. He believed in his own hard work and perseverance. What he hoped more was for the avatar to come out and throw out its strongest punch. On the immortal astral continent, the moment the third vortex appeared, everyone felt their hearts tremble. No matter what cultivation level or identity they had, even the 9 suns felt the third vortex with serious expressions. This third vortex seemed to have just been born and was still unstable. There were countless distortions, but it didn't collapse outside the ancient ancestor and celestial ancestors' vortexes. Instead, it rapidly expanded. After a very, very long time in the boundless sky, the 3 vortexes slowly dissipated at the same time, as if they had never appeared in the first place, vanishing from everyone's perception without a trace. Everything returned to normal, but the shock that remained in everyone's hearts seemed to have taken root and was growing endlessly. This matter was like an omen. It weighed heavily on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Countless thoughts arose in their minds. On the immortal astral continent, when the 3 vortexes dissipated, in a city of the celestial clan, a child about 10 years old had one hand on his waist and was waving a small wooden stick in his hand. Under the lead of 2 frowning cultivators, a group of children were sent to a nearby sect to be tested. If there were talented people, they would be accepted into the sect and become disciples. I want to be a prince in the future. The child's heart echoed with determination. At the same time, in a place far, far away from here, a young man wearing a Taoist robe of unknown origin and looking like a celestial child stood in a large household in a county town. He had a smile on his face as he slowly spoke to a few people respectfully in front of him. The old man has cultivated for 3,000 years and has now returned to his youth. He will need to go through 9 reincarnations to recover. Since you all invited the old man here, then the old man will stay here for a while. This can be considered a Tao karma. The child's expression was ancient. This aura was something even mortals could feel. It was as if the youth sitting there wasn't a child at all, but an old man that had lived for thousands of years. His eyes were filled with intelligence, as if he had seen through life. One couldn't help but believe him. There's also that ancient and decaying aura that caused the entire room to be filled with a gloomy aura. Looking at the trembling mortals that were affected by the aura of decay, the child's expression was calm, but his heart was filled with joy. This little master's deception skills are self-taught. Even I think I'm telling the truth, as if I've really reincarnated. If this little master is really reincarnated, then damn it, I must have been a heaven-shaking liar in my previous life. Spending some time here was not a waste of spending a few months with the corpses in the cemetery. There are also some expenses in the neighboring county that I must earn back 100-fold. Putting aside the matter of the immortal astral continent, in the void, Wang Lin was surrounded by fog. This fog was the Mosquito King. The Mosquito King covered Wang Lin's body as it flew forward. As it moved, the law of the immortal astral continent seemed to dissipate a lot. The effect on Wang Lin's body was something he could bear. Although he had lost his way, the Mosquito King seemed to be able to feel the exit and continued to fly forward with Wang Lin. Along the way, the Mosquito King was very excited. It would sometimes look back at Wang Lin and let out joyful cries. It still liked the feeling of being next to Wang Lin. This made it feel very comfortable, as if it was following its parent. However, even with the Mosquito King, as time passed and they went deeper into the void, the pressure from the law of the immortal astral continent became even stronger. Although Wang Lin had his avatar inside the stone shell to nourish his original body, as time passed, it became difficult. The main problem was that he had to protect Li Muan from any harm. If there was no Li Muan, Wang Lin would have adapted to the law of the immortal astral continent due to his avatar and the Mosquito King. He had such an advantage, and it was still the same. From this, one could see how terrifying the void was. No wonder no one has been able to leave the void without a bloodline. Taking one heir is the same as giving up my bloodline. Wang Lin silently pondered. He had forgotten the passage of time. He didn't know how long he had been here, but he understood that 10 years must have passed. I fear teacher can't wait any longer. If he returns to the ancient Tao and enters the immortal astral continent, I will have to rely on myself. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and soon revealed a determined gaze. This is no problem. Back then, I left Shizuku and entered the brilliant void, then from the brilliant void to the Luotan, then the Cloud Sea, the Outer Realm, and the ancient star system. Even if I go to the unfamiliar immortal astral continent, it doesn't matter. On the contrary, I have to increase my cultivation level as quickly as possible on the immortal astral continent. I also have to go to the Donglin sect once, if I have the chance to enter the Donglin pool. Thinking about this, Wang Lin's heart pounded. Wang Lin longed for the Donglin pool. He longed to turn the illusion in the Five Flowers door into reality. He longed to have an essence avatar so that he could even battle void turbulent cultivators. There are still some old friends on the immortal astral continent. I wonder if any of those who reincarnated have been born. I wonder if Situ Nen has become Lord Wei. I wonder if Lu Jinbiao will continue to deceive people. There is also that Su Ligua. I wonder what kind of fortune that devil will have on the immortal astral continent. There are also Shimizu, Red Butterfly, and Li Qianmei. Wang Lin was accompanied by the mosquito, beast, and memories, so he was not lonely. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. 3 years of time slowly passed, as Wang Lin reminisced. The mosquito beast had slowed down a lot, but at this moment, It had brought Wang Lin to the end of the void. He was very, very close to the exit. This exit might not be the place Xian Luo had been waiting for, but the place the mosquito beast had come to based on its vague memories. It might lead to the heavenly bull continent or somewhere else. It might even appear in the 36 countries of the ancient country. During these 3 years, Wang Lin placed all of his cultivation on Li Muan. Under his protection, Li Muan was very safe. It was as if she was sleeping inside the heaven-avoiding coffin. On this day, Wang Lin saw a light in the void before him. This light was not strong, and he could vaguely see that it was a crack. The light was coming from inside the crack, and he could vaguely see a mountain range outside. Bursts of aura unique to the immortal astral continent seemed to come from the crack. This caused Wang Lin's tired body to tremble. The mosquito beast was also very tired. It struggled to charge into the crack with Wang Lin, but in the end, its body dissipated and turned into ink. It was very difficult for it to take shape. Wang Lin's heart ached for the mosquito beast. He raised his right hand and reached toward the mosquito beast. The mosquito beast turned into ink and imprinted itself on Wang Lin's arm. He didn't dare to open his storage space. The last time he opened it, Wang Lin noticed that the storage space was unstable, as if it was going to collapse. He didn't know if opening it now would cause the storage space to explode, or if the storage space would still exist once he entered the immortal astral continent. These unknown things would require Wang Lin to explore them bit by bit. Inside the storage space, aside from some pills and treasures, there was also the madman and the woman in silver. Both of them obviously had the bloodline of the immortal astral continent. Even if an accident happened, it wouldn't matter if they were in the void, unless they were like Wang Lin and were protecting people or things that weren't allowed to enter the immortal astral continent. After putting away the mosquito beast, Wang Lin carried Li Muan on his back and adjusted his breathing for a while. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the crack in the distance. At this moment, he felt like he had returned to the foreign battleground in Suzaku and charged out. He erupted with all his power and charged at the crack. He was extremely fast and closed in. In order to protect Li Muan, aside from his speed, he had almost all of his cultivation behind him. He only relied on his body to charge forward. He got closer and closer. 1,000 feet, 500 feet, 300 feet, 100 feet. Until 10 feet, Wang Lin's body felt like it was burning and he felt intense pain. However, his eyes shined brightly. Immortal astral continent, I, Wang Lin, am coming. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for temporarily rushing to first place. I don't know if I can continue to sit. Please support me. September, my ears are about to explode. September, we need passion. Asking for monthly votes. Chapter 1801. There was a problem. There was a treasure. The Heavenly Bull continent was one of the inner continents of the immortal astral continent's eastern continent. It was remote and surrounded by many mountains. If one looked from above, the entire Heavenly Bull continent was covered in mountains. Rumor had it that a long time ago, the Heavenly Bull continent was formed by a foreign fiend that was killed by the celestial ancestor. Rumor had it that the 72 continents of the immortal astral continent were each a giant formation used to suppress 72 foreign fiends. Even in the 36 countries of the ancient countries, there were similar legends. However, because too much time had passed, very few people knew if it was true or false. Perhaps only supreme beings like the 9 Suns or the imperial families of the ancient and celestial clans would know. For other cultivators, it didn't matter if they suppressed it or not. They wouldn't feel the existence of the fiend that they didn't know was real or fake. The rumor of the Heavenly Bull continent had been passed down since ancient times. It was said that the reason there were so many mountains here was because each mountain was formed by the fiend's bones. In the Heavenly Bull continent, there were 2 very famous sects, the Gue-E sect and the Great Soul sect. These 2 sects were extremely large and occupied the entire Heavenly Bull continent. They were 2 of the 9 great sects of the eastern continent, the Sure San sect. They had many disciples, but because the heavenly bull continent was too large, it was the size of dozens of cave worlds. As a result, it was difficult for them to meet each other. Although there was some friction, there wasn't much. The Great Soul Sect was extremely strange. They cultivated a variety of cultivation methods, and the most important ones were the soul and illusion. Fan Shanming was a disciple of the Great Soul Sect. Her multi-layered illusion spells were very powerful, and she had a glimpse of the Great Soul Sect's methods. Rumor had it that when the Great Soul Sect's illusion spells were cultivated to the extreme, they could be split into 9 layers and reach the level of illusion. It was extremely terrifying. As for the Gui sect, they focused on cultivating the 5 elements. They also had their own unique armor forging technique, so they were very famous. Below the Gui sect and the Great Soul Sect, there were many smaller sects scattered across the Heavenly Bull continent. They were under the control of the Gui sect and the Great Soul Sect. Every once in a while, they would send out offerings to the 2 sections. Back then, the 7-colored celestial sovereign's 7 Tao sect was one of these sections. However, because he had become Tao companions with a disciple of the Great Soul Sect, he was sheltered by the Great Soul Sect in the Heavenly Bull continent. His talent was also amazing, so he was valued by the Great Soul Sect. However, in the last few decades, the Gui sect was like the sun in the sky, and a core disciple, Yunifeng, had appeared. Rumor had it that he had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time, and when he came out, his cultivation was extraordinary. He had challenged several core disciples of the Great Soul Sect and won all of them. Even ordinary elders of the Great Soul Sect were not his match. As a result, Yunifeng's reputation doubled, and he became the #1 disciple of the new generation of the Heavenly Bull continent. There were even people who placed him on the same level as the 4 heavenly sons of Beijing in the East continent, together known as the 5 Great Mountains. However, Yunifeng was very humble. When people compared him to the 4 geniuses of the Eastern continent, he would shake his head. It wasn't that he was inferior, but he felt contempt for the so-called 4 geniuses of the Eastern continent. 10 years ago, during the competition between the Gui sect and the Great Soul Sect, Yunifeng injured 9 disciples and 3 elders of the Great Soul Sect with one sweep of his sword. At that time, when people compared him to the 4 geniuses of the Eastern continent, he said something that shocked all the cultivators in the Heavenly Bull continent. My sword can seriously injure many people. I even dare to fight against the 4 geniuses of the Eastern continent. Although the outcome is uncertain, it won't make me retreat half a step. However, there's a cultivator who has only cultivated for 2,000 years. Standing before him, I don't dare to attack. Forget me, even the 4 geniuses of the Eastern continent are not worthy of being called geniuses before him. In my view, among the new generation of cultivators, no one is his match. This sentence was like a stone that set off 1,000 ripples and caused an uproar. Everyone who heard this was shocked, and the same thought appeared in their minds. Who was this person? Who could make Yunifeng say such words and make him not dare to attack before that person? And to be able to do this with only 2 years of cultivation. If all of this was true, then the so-called 4 geniuses of the Eastern continent were indeed not worthy of being called palanquins before that person. While this sentence caused an uproar, it was also questioned by countless people. However, none of these doubts came from the Great Soul Sect. It was as if the disciples of the Great Soul Sect knew this person. This strange change caused the uproar to reach a new height. The silence of the Great Soul Sect seemed to open up all kinds of speculation for the countless cultivators of the other sects. Who was this person? He could make Yunifeng not dare to attack. He could make the 4 geniuses not worthy of being called palanquins. And he could make the Great Soul Sect not refute him. It was as if they had tacitly agreed that such a person did exist. Even the Gui sect didn't say anything when their own disciples said such words. It was as if they also knew such a person existed. This person, who was he? He will appear. Once he appears, you all will know. These are the last words that Yunifeng said about this mysterious him. Although several years had passed, the rumors about this mysterious person hadn't dissipated in the heavenly bull continent. As word of mouth spread, the rumors became even more intense. However, this was a question without an answer. None of the people who knew the answer said it. After a bit more time, this rumor gradually became less intense and was hidden in the hearts of everyone who heard it. Perhaps one day, they would know who this person was. The Blue Dragon sect was a mid-level sect in the heavenly bull continent. Its territory was comparable to a small portion of the Brilliant Void. Although it was not as big as the Thunder Celestial Temple or the Cultivation Alliance, it was still a behemoth. However, on the Immortal Astral Continent, it was very ordinary. The Immortal Astral Continent was said to have 30,000 celestial sections. No one knew if this was true or false, but each sect was very different. Although the Blue Dragon sect's name was related to dragons, the cultivation methods of the disciples had nothing to do with dragons. The disciples of the Blue Dragon sect were mostly good at making puppets. They used puppets as support to use spells. Disciples often had to refine their own puppets before they could go out. As for puppets, they were also divided into different grades and had different powers. Aside from some special wooden mechanisms, the best ones were the bodies of fierce beasts or cultivators, which could also be refined into puppets. This spell was not mysterious, and most cultivators knew a bit about it. However, the Blue Dragon sect's puppet spell had its own wonders. It could be used to swap with one's body to achieve the goal of being indestructible. It was said that the number one person in the Blue Dragon sect who had reached the early stage of Void Turbulent, High Elder Du Qing, was a wooden person. Normally, he looked like a normal person, but once he used a spell, one could clearly see his wooden body. In the Heavenly Bull continent, the Blue Dragon sect was infamous. The disciples, and even the elders of the sect, used various methods to obtain what they needed. Killing others to steal their treasures was not a problem. However, because High Elder Du Qing had a deep relationship with the Great Soul sect, he could wreak havoc in the Heavenly Bull continent, and very few sects dared to provoke him. The people and sects that the Blue Dragon sect killed and robbed would be carefully chosen. If it was inconvenient to provoke them, they would avoid them. Part of their main target was people from other continents. If cultivators from other continents passed by the Heavenly Bull continent, they would be the best targets for them. During this year of time, many of the disciples of the sect wandered outside to search for information and report back to the sect. If there was an enemy that one of them found difficult to deal with, they would often gather their fellow disciples to attack. Kongrun was a third-generation disciple of the Blue Dragon sect. He was cunning and cruel, and he was very famous among the third-generation disciples. He was valued by the sect, and his eyes were very sharp. He could often tell at a glance if someone could be attacked, and wouldn't bring trouble to the sect. He looked like an elegant young master, and it was difficult to imagine him being vicious. Even some second-generation disciples didn't want to provoke him. On this day, Kongrin was flying in the sky with his eyes narrowed. He was about to head to the border of the Heavenly Bull continent to see if he could encounter people from other continents. However, as he flew, there was a sudden change in the sky. He saw a crack suddenly appear in the sky, and at the instant a dim light shone. A figure flew out from within. That person seemed to be carrying a coffin on his back, and in an instant, he fell into the distance. All of this happened in an instant. The moment the figure flew out, the crack in the sky disappeared as if it had never appeared. This sudden change startled Kongren. He rubbed his eyes. He had never encountered something like this before. He looked at where the crack in the sky had appeared and felt like he was hallucinating. But soon, he became excited, and his eyes lit up. With a sway of his body, he dashed toward the place where the coffin-carrying figure had fallen. There's something strange. There's a problem. There's a treasure. Kong Rin's heart pounded. The Blue Dragon sect was founded by Du Qing, and the first sentence he left behind in the sect's rules were these 3 words. Over the years, this sentence had been remembered by every disciple of the Blue Dragon sect. If there was something strange, there had to be a problem, and most of the problems were due to treasures. Kong Rin used his full speed and cautiously took out a magic treasure to protect himself. He turned into a ray of light and quickly flew away. Soon, there was a muffled rumble before him. On the mountain in the distance, the figure carrying the coffin smashed into it. Most of the mountain collapsed, revealing the white-haired young man lying motionless inside. What a powerful body! Kong Ren's eyes were filled with greed as he carefully approached. The third night. It has been 2 days in a row. Tomorrow, we will continue with the third night. Our goal is to break the record in 5 days. Are there any more monthly votes? I know there will be. Don't wait until the end of the month. Let's fight at the beginning of the month. I'll use the updates to fight. Fellow cultivators use the monthly votes to fight. Let's fight together. Chapter 1802. Kong Ren first circled the area a few times and carefully observed for a moment. Then he slowly walked into the half-collapsed mountain and arrived a few hundred feet away from Wang Lin. He stared at Wang Lin, who was lying there, and it was difficult to hide the excitement and greed in his eyes. Such a powerful body is extremely rare outside of the ancient country. Looking at this person's appearance, he doesn't have a star between his eyebrows, so he shouldn't be an ancient god famous for their strength. He also doesn't have the aura of an ancient clan member, so he shouldn't be a cultivator from the G Nation. As a cultivator, he has such a powerful body. I wonder how he cultivated. Kong Ren licked his lips and his heart pounded. He felt like his opportunity had come, and this was a fortune from the heavens. He didn't expect to encounter such a fortuitous encounter when he was just flying in the sky normally. This person's aura is gone, and he is in a half-dead state. I can use him to refine a puppet. With this puppet, I can sweep through the second generation of the Blue Dragon sect. If I can catch the eye of the ancestor and become a disciple, I will soar. Kong Ren thought of something exciting, and his expression immediately became excited. Although he was excited, he didn't forget to be cautious. He stopped when he was a few hundred feet away from Wang Lin. He was even prepared to escape and summon his fellow sect members if something went wrong. After all, if he couldn't take it for himself, he could report it to the sect, which would be a great merit. He formed a seal with his right hand, and a crack appeared on his wrist. A black jade flew out from the crack, and a violent aura spread out from it. Holding the jade, Kong Ren threw it without hesitation. The jade turned into a ghostly light and flew toward Wang Lin. It landed on Wang Lin's chest, and a terrifying impact erupted. As the impact spread, Kong Ren retreated several thousand feet, and the excitement in his eyes became even stronger. He didn't fight back. He is either dead or unconscious. Kong Ren laughed as he rushed forward and arrived next to Wang Lin. Although the collapse of the jade was powerful, it couldn't do any damage to Wang Lin. In truth, even if there were hundreds of jades with the power of a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Wang Lin. As for the heaven-avoiding coffin on Wang Lin's back, it was still fused with his aura. Not to mention Kong Ren. Even cultivators who had gone through several arcane tribulants would find it difficult to do this. When he got close to Wang Lin, Kong Ren's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the heaven-avoiding coffin behind Wang Lin. He saw the woman sleeping inside. Although she wasn't an absolute beauty, her sleeping appearance caused evil to appear in Kong Ren's eyes. I didn't get a good look. So there's a female cultivator here. Good. I'll refine this female cultivator into a puppet. From now on, she will serve me. It will be a pleasure. Kong Ren licked his lips as his hands formed a seal and pointed at the sky. A crack appeared on his right wrist, and a large net flew out. It shrouded Wang Lin and the coffin behind him, trapping him. Then Kong Ren waved his sleeves and turned into a black gust of wind. He flew off into the distance with the fortune he thought he had obtained. I made a big profit this time. The heavens have eyes and want to give me a great fortune. Kong Ren flew quickly in excitement. He didn't dare to stay outside, and the only thought in his mind was to return to the sect as soon as possible to refine a puppet. The Blue Dragon sect was in a mountain range covered in poison. There were several large valleys, and the sect had hollowed out the nearby mountains and turned them into countless stone rooms for their disciples. It was difficult to see the end of the endless mountain peaks with the naked eye. There were close to 50,000 Blue Dragon sect disciples here, but most of them were either out or in seclusion. Other than the annual sect gathering, they rarely met each other. Kong Run turned into a ray of light and closed in on the sect. Although the poison miasma was poisonous, it avoided him by itself. It was clear that he had something that could repel poison. Charging into the miasma, Kong Rin soon saw a huge valley ahead of him. Countless pavilions could be seen in the valley. Just as Kong Rin was about to enter the valley, a roar came from inside the valley. "Who is in the valley? Tell me your name. If you don't report the 3 disasters, you will have to bear the consequences." There was a flash of coldness in Kong Ren's eyes. He stopped outside the valley and shouted, "Suyin, what is the meaning of this?" "Oh, so it's Junior Brother Kong. The fog is too thick, so I didn't see you clearly. Didn't Junior Brother Kong go out to scout? Why are you back so soon? What is that thing you captured with a net?" The voice was calm, and as it spoke, a young man with a hunched back walked out from the valley. This young man was extremely handsome. However, his hunchback made him look very handsome. It was just that his hunchback made people feel that he was out of place. "You're meddling too much." Kong Run let out a cold snort as his body flickered, and he disappeared into the valley. The hunchback young man revealed a vicious gaze as he stared at the direction Kong Run went and sneered. "There's a problem. There's something strange. There's a treasure." After pondering for a bit, he left behind a puppet to guard the valley, while his original body flew toward the valley. As for Kong Run, he turned into a ray of light and flashed through the valley. He headed straight for the mountain that was hollowed out not too far away and instantly entered one of the caves. As soon as he entered, he immediately waved his left hand behind him. The door to the Immortals' cave slowly closed, and a restrictive spell was activated, making the door incredibly sturdy. However, he was still worried. He waved his hand, and 9 puppets of varying ages materialized to stand guard outside the door. At the same time, there were 2 wooden puppets inside the cave. The moment Kong Run entered, the eyes of the 2 puppets revealed a ghostly light. Kong Run didn't even look at them. He quickly walked past the 2 puppets and arrived at the depths of the cave. There was a fist-sized night pearl at the top of the cave. It gave off a soft light that lit up the cave. However, because the light wasn't strong, it made the cave look a bit dark. There was a formation about 100 feet wide on the ground. The light from the night pearl gave off bursts of purple aura. This aura made the formation look extremely strange. Next to the formation, Kong Run waved his right hand, and Wang Lin, who he had brought here, landed inside the formation. Kong Run excitedly rubbed his hands and sat down. He stared at the formation surrounded by fog, and his eyes shined. "I have to quickly refine it. That void cloud is very sinister. If he sees that I brought back a puppet, he might have other thoughts." Kong Run waved his right hand, and the materials the Blue Dragon sect used to refine puppets flew out toward the formation. At the same time, he performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and then pushed down onto the surface of the spell formation. The spell formation began to rumble and then slowly began to rotate. Mist swirled around the spell formation, and at the same time, a stream of earth fire was forcibly sucked into the spell formation. The entire Immortals Cave was instantly filled with waves of heat. The heat wave hit Kong Ren's body and immediately caused sweat to appear on his forehead. Every time I refine a puppet, I need an underground fire. The temperature of this underground fire is too high. Only third-step cultivators with a fire essence can withstand it and even use it to cultivate. I wonder when I can become a third-step cultivator. Kong Ren's eyes were filled with hope as he sped up the extraction of the underground fire. He endured the heat wave and began refining. He continued to throw materials into the formation, and he was extremely excited. "No matter who you were, now that you've fallen into my hands, you'll become my puppet. I'll refine you. I'll definitely refine you." At the same time, the rumbling sounds echoed in the air outside the cave abode. In another cave abode at the top of another mountain in the valley, the hunchbacked young man stood there respectfully. Before him was a white-haired old man. The old man's face was dark purple, and it was extremely dazzling when contrasted with his white hair. The aura of an early-stage nirvana void cultivator spread out from his body. You dare to disturb the old man's closed-door cultivation for such a small matter. Although Kong, Rin has a personal grudge with you. But, as the old man spoke, his eyes lit up and he looked up. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the cave and see where Kong Rin was. He could feel the rumbling of the puppet refining array. Teacher, there must be something strange about the puppet this person brought back. Kong Rin is rarely in such a rush. I've known him since I was a child, so there must be a problem. That puppet could very well be a treasure. I hope teacher can steal it and give it to disciple. The hunchbacked young man immediately knelt down and whispered. The old man continued to look into the distance. After a long time, his pupils shrank, and he stood up. Seeing the old man stand up, the hunchbacked young man revealed a look of joy. There's indeed a problem with extracting so much underground fire. Forget it. Come with me to see what kind of puppet he refined. The old man waved his sleeves and walked out of the cave. The hunchbacked young man suppressed his excitement and quickly followed. As for Kong Run, his entire body was drenched in sweat, but his expression was even more excited. He was no longer sitting cross-legged, but was walking around the formation, continuously forming seals and tossing all sorts of materials into it. The excitement in his eyes became more and more intense. I've used all the materials this time. Once this puppet is refined, haha. Kong Rin seemed to have forgotten everything and moved even faster. Inside the formation, Wang Lin was surrounded by underground fire, as if he was burning. However, the fire didn't cause any harm to him. Instead, it seemed to be excited and continued to drill into his body. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened. The moment he opened his eyes, the ink tattoo formed by the mosquito beast on his right arm also opened its eyes. The Mosquito King's eyes were filled with a terrifying ruthlessness. First update. The monthly votes are temporarily in the lead, but the gap isn't big. Chapter 1803. This was the first time Wang Lin had opened his eyes on the immortal astral continent. This was the first time he had opened his eyes since he was at the peak of this place. This was the first time he had seen the immortal astral continent with his own eyes. This was the first time he had experienced the aura of the immortal astral continent after awakening. The moment he awakened, Wang Lin immediately checked the heaven-avoiding coffin behind him. After finding that there was nothing wrong with it, he relaxed and looked at the earth fire beside him. How could a mere earth fire burn Wang Lin? How could he dare to burn it? The earth fire that was extracted was simply insignificant to Wang Lin. He already had the fire essence. So not only did this earth fire not harm him, it also sped up Wang Lin's awakening. Because this earth fire was from the immortal astral continent, the fire essence that Wang Lin had cultivated in the cave world underwent a shocking transformation. This kind of transformation was something that had never happened on the immortal astral continent before. This was a battle between a foreign fire and the fire essence formed by the immortal astral continent itself. If the immortal astral continent's fire essence won this battle, then Wang Lin's fire essence would be devoured and assimilated into the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin's cultivation level wouldn't change, and he would still have the fire essence. However, he wouldn't be able to become the master of the fire, because the master of the fire was the immortal astral continent. However, if Wang Lin won, then his fire essence would be above the immortal astral continent, and he would become the true emperor of fire. Wang Lin looked at the fog above him. He could feel that there was a weak cultivator circling around him and throwing things he had never seen before. These things sped up the fire and caused the formation below him to activate. A strange energy was being emitted from the formation, as if it wanted to drill into his body and carry out a series of modifications. With Wang Lin's intelligence, even though he had been unconscious and didn't know what had happened, he could roughly guess what had happened after a moment's thought. This person found me when I was unconscious and brought me here to be refined. Judging from the appearance of this formation, it should have something to do with puppets. Is he trying to refine me into a puppet? Wang Lin's eyes flashed coldly. In the cave world, No one dared to refine him into a puppet. Not even the sovereign and company dared to do so. They dreaded him deeply. Wang Lin didn't pay much attention to the spell formation. Although it was mysterious, right now was not the time to study it. Wang Lin was more interested in the earth flame. He completely ignored Kong Run, who was still excitedly moving around outside. Kong Ren didn't even notice that Wang Lin had awakened and was still refining. He spread out a sliver of his divine sense into the ground and charged toward the depths of the earth along the fire. He wanted to see where this earth flame came from and how the earth flame of the immortal astral continent compared to his own fire essence. As his divine sense spread out, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He saw that all the mountains within tens of thousands of kilometers were covered in earth flame. The location of this mountain range was impressively a branch of an earth fire vein. This branch looked very large, but it was very thin. It was connected to the main branch, and the main branch went deep underground. It was unknown where it led. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out once more. He was shocked to find that there were a lot of complex earth fire veins under the ground. The deeper he went, the higher the temperature of the earth flame vein became. This earth flame vein looks like a giant fire formation. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense. He had just awakened and didn't know his surroundings, so it was not convenient for him to investigate by force. Although it is inconvenient to go deeper, I can extract more earth flame to nourish my fire essence. Wang Lin pondered and gently patted the ground. With this pat, the entire blue dragon sect trembled. All the earth flame under the tens of thousands of kilometers seemed to be stimulated and rushed into Kong Ren's cave from all directions. This sudden change caused Kong Run, who was moving around to form seals, to be startled. He let out a scream and retreated. His hands formed a seal, and he set up countless layers of protection. He also summoned the 9 puppets and the 2 wooden dolls in front of him to resist the sudden eruption of flames. Almost at the instant Kong Run retreated, loud rumbling sounds came from within the formation, and a sea of fire surged up, forming a huge pillar of fire. It directly burned the fog, obscured all vision, and began to burn madly. The cave obviously couldn't withstand it, and cracks appeared as if it was going to collapse. The 9 puppets before Kong Ren were hit by the fire and immediately exploded. The 2 wooden men also collapsed and couldn't resist at all. Kong Ren's scalp went numb, and despair appeared in his eyes. He watched as the high temperature of the flames rushed towards him like a mouth of death, about to devour him. Suddenly, a ghostly light flew out from the flames and landed on Kong Ren's body. The light surrounded him and caused the heat wave to pass by him, not causing any harm to him. But even so, the scene of him walking on the edge of death scared Kong Ren so much that he just lay there. He stared at the cave, filled with fire, and his heart was filled with fear. Who did I bring back? When the earth flame erupted, Su Yun and his teacher arrived outside Kong Ren's cave. The moment they closed in, the white-haired old man's expression changed greatly, and he quickly retreated. He grabbed his disciple and retreated several thousand feet. The moment he left, the door to the cave Kong Run was and suddenly collapsed. A wave of heat came out from inside and swept the surroundings. All the buildings in the valley vanished in a thin air and turned into a sea of fire. The surrounding mountains began to tremble as the earth fire surged, as if they were about to explode. This sudden change caused the expressions of the disciples of the Blue Dragon sect to change greatly. They all rushed out of their caves and looked over in the air in shock. The ancestor is out, so why is there a change in the earth flame now? Su Yun's teacher's expression was gloomy as he stared at the sea of fire below and Kong Ren's cave. At the same time, 3 powerful auras came from the Blue Dragon sect. They turned into 3 people and appeared beside Su Yun's teacher. These 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman. One of them had white hair and the other was middle-aged. All 3 of them had the aura of the 3rd step. Their cultivation levels were not bad, especially the middle-aged man. He had reached the late stage of spirit void. As soon as he appeared, He let out a roar at the sky. Blue Dragon sect disciples, listen to my order. The earth flame changes once every 10,000 years, and this time it is ahead of schedule. Don't panic. Quickly set up the heavenly water formation. His voice was like thunder and spread across tens of thousands of kilometers. All the disciples of the Blue Dragon sect who heard this were shaken and subconsciously sat down in the sky. Their hands formed seals, and countless strands of mist appeared around their bodies. The tens of thousands of disciples quickly set up a large formation. This formation appeared with a rumble. From afar, it turned into a huge dark cloud that covered an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. This dark cloud was pitch black and floated in the air. It was filled with tens of thousands of disciples of the Blue Dragon sect. At the same time, aside from the middle-aged man and Void Cloud's master, the other two elders in the third step of the sect didn't need the middle-aged man's orders to move toward the dark clouds. The man and woman instantly rushed into the dark clouds. As roars echoed, the two of them used some unknown divine ability and turned into two long dragons. The two dragons were hundreds of thousands of feet long, and they shot through the clouds. After a moment, their gigantic heads were revealed, and they opened their mouths wide at the burning sea of fire on the ground. Instantly, the world rumbled, and rain fell from the sky. The two dragon heads spat out a large amount of water vapor, which was like a violent gust of wind that pressed down on the ground. Elderly, you're the first to arrive. What exactly happened here? As the rain fell and resisted the earth flame, the middle-aged man's expression was gloomy as he looked at the white-haired old man beside him. The earth flame changes once every 10,000 years, and it should only appear after 3,000 years. There must be a reason for it to appear ahead of schedule. The middle-aged man moved his gaze away from the white-haired old man and looked at the hunchbacked young man. This gaze caused the young man's heart to tremble, and he almost couldn't stand straight. Elder Zhao, if this isn't a normal earth-fire transformation, then it might have something to do with the third-generation disciple, Kongren. This person brought back two corpses from somewhere, and the deviant flame transformation happened when he was refining the puppets. The white-haired elder looked at the sea of fire on the ground and pointed at Kongren's cave on the burning mountain peak. Kongren, the middle-aged man, frowned. He couldn't remember this name. The sect master and the old ancestor went out to the Great Soul sect. I've already sent out a jade, so they should be on their way back. Since it might be the corpses brought back by Kongren, then the old man should go see what ability these two corpses have to trigger the earth flame change. There was a flash of killing intent in the middle-aged man's eyes. The Blue Dragon sect wasn't prepared for the earth flame change at all. Although there were no deaths, a lot of buildings were destroyed. A lot of celestial herbs and treasures of the sect were also destroyed. This kind of price was simply too great. As he spoke, the middle-aged man's body flickered and a layer of water vapor appeared around his body. The water vapor turned into a 30-foot bubble that surrounded him. He charged into the sea of fire that was covered in rain and charged toward Kongren's cave on the burning mountain. The door of the cave had long since collapsed, and there was nothing blocking it anymore. The middle-aged man sped up and entered the cave. He seemed to be moving very quickly, but in truth, he was secretly being very cautious. After all, the situation seemed a bit strange to him. However, he didn't care too much about it. He was very proud of his own cultivation. The moment he entered the cave, the middle-aged man immediately saw a young man wearing the robe of the Blue Dragon sect. The young man's expression was sluggish and his body was trembling. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the pillar of fire that had rushed out from the depths of the cave. I'm asking for 50 monthly tickets. Chapter 1804. Following the young man's gaze, the middle-aged man immediately looked over. At the instant he saw the sea of fire burning like a pillar of fire in the depths of the cave, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank. He was, after all, a third-step cultivator that had an essence and was at the late stage of spirit void. He was one person in the Blue Dragon sect and below tens of thousands of people. Even in the entire heavenly bull continent, he was one of the strongest. The moment he saw the pillar of fire, he could vaguely see a figure sitting cross-legged inside. His entire body was submerged in flames, and he was carrying a coffin on his back. An aura that caused a middle-aged man's mind to tremble faintly spread out from him. What kind of corpse is this? The middle-aged man's expression was gloomy as he stared at the terrified Kongrun. He let out a cold snort and stepped toward the pillar of fire. His cultivation level was high, and he didn't feel a powerful aura from the person sitting there, so he stepped toward the pillar of fire. He was not far from the pillar of fire, and with one step, he closed in on the pillar of fire. The bubble before him touched the pillar of fire, and popping sounds echoed. When the pillar of fire touched the pillar of fire, it was pushed back, opening a gap for the middle-aged man. What wild cultivator dares to sneak into my blue dragon sect? If I don't refine you into a puppet, wouldn't the cultivators of the heavenly bull continent be speechless? The middle-aged man took another step, and half of his body entered the pillar of fire. The pillar of fire rumbled, but couldn't break the bubble around him. However, just at this instant, Wang Lin's closed eyes suddenly opened, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. He felt a terrifying aura that made him tremble suddenly erupt from the eyes of the white-haired man. This aura was so strong that it could shake the heavens and the earth. Compared to this aura, he was like a firefly that was about to burn under the bright moon. In his shock, the middle-aged man stopped moving. Scram! Wang Lin's cold words came from his mouth, and he waved his right hand. After he spoke, it was as if the cave had entered winter. Outside the cave, the cold wind howled, and the falling rain seemed like it was going to freeze. The sea of fire on the ground dimmed and struggled, as if it was going to be extinguished. The middle-aged man felt it even more strongly, and his body felt cold. As Wang Lin waved his hand, the bubble around him cracked and collapsed into pieces. The middle-aged man's face turned pale, and he coughed out blood. His eyes were filled with monstrous fear and disbelief. His body was not under his control. It was as if there were 100,000 mountains smashing into him with just one word from Wang Lin. The middle-aged man was forced back several steps and coughed out blood once more. His body was like a kite with a broken string and was swept out of the cave. Under the gazes of the tens of thousands of cultivators outside the cave, the middle-aged man's body was thrown back, and he coughed out a third mouthful of blood. With a bang, he was sent flying thousands of feet away before barely stopping. His face was pale, and the fear in his eyes was indescribable. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man immediately let out a shrill cry. This sudden scene not only caused an uproar among the surrounding Blue Dragon sect cultivators, it also caused the two elders in the clouds to tremble. In particular, Su Yun's teacher, the white-haired old man, widened his eyes in disbelief. Who was inside the cave? Even Elder Zhao, who was at the late stage of spirit void, was instantly knocked back and seriously injured. Noisy. Amidst the uproar, Wang Lin's cold voice came from Kong Ren's cave. As soon as the voice rang out, everything went quiet. Even the rain seemed to stop falling, hovering in midair, unable to fall. Seeing this, especially the scene where the rain didn't fall, the white-haired old man was aghast. With a word of law, nothing can move. This is the sign of someone at the arcane void stage, or even higher. This person, who the hell is this person? What kind of person did Kongren bring back? This kind of cultivation level is famous even in the heavenly bull continent. It is impossible for him to be nameless. Inside the cave, Kongren was already in extreme despair. He had seen with his own eyes Elder Zhao, who had an extremely high status in the sect, spit out a mouthful of blood in front of the flames and was sent flying back with a loud bang. Looking at this scene and the eruption of the earth fire, he knew that he had caused a great disaster. What kind of fortune is this? This is an ancestor. Inside the fire, Wang Lin closed his eyes once more. His divine sense had already spread out when the earth fire erupted. There was no one here that could catch his attention. However, he also understood that this was the immortal astral continent, and there were many powerful people here. He had also heard the words outside. The sect master and old ancestor had gone out and were on their way back. Although this place was vast, even third-step cultivators would find it difficult to rush here in a short period of time, even if they merged with the world. However, the immortal astral continent was likely different from the cave world. Wang Lin had noticed this when he awakened. At this moment, the earth fire surrounded his body and was constantly being refined by him to nourish his fire essence. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached at the void outside the fire. Kong Run, who was trapped inside the cave and couldn't escape, charged into the fire and was grabbed by the neck by Wang Lin. His cold gaze looked at Kong Ren. When Kong Ren's eyes met Wang Lin's gaze, his mind rumbled as if 100,000 bolts of thunder had struck him. He couldn't resist at all, and his face was filled with fear. His body trembled, and he looked at Wang Lin with despair in his eyes. "Son, Senior, spare me." Wang Lin didn't pay any attention to Kong Ren's words. His divine sense entered Kong Ren's mind through his right hand and scanned his memory. After he found the fragment he needed, he threw Kong Ren out of the fire and imprisoned him there again. Early-stage arcane void sect master and early-stage void turbulent ancestor Du Qing. Wang Lin frowned. He didn't care about early-stage arcane void cultivators, but early-stage void turbulent cultivators were difficult to deal with. It is not convenient to open my storage space, and there is a high chance of accidents happening. As a result, I can't take out treasures, and the EC puppet can't appear. As a result, it is a bit disadvantageous to deal with a void turbulent cultivator. While pondering, a large amount of earth fire was absorbed into Wang Lin's body and turned into fire to nourish his fire essence. This caused his fire essence to become even stronger. Forget it. I'll leave this place and find a place to study the problem of the storage space. In addition, the other essences seem to have changed a bit, so I need to familiarize myself with them. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he made a decision. He had just arrived on the immortal astral continent and wasn't familiar with it yet. With his personality, he didn't want to be too arrogant. After making up his mind, his hands formed a seal, and he waved his hand. The earth trembled violently, and even more earth fire erupted from the depths of the earth as Wang Lin waved his hand. It shrouded the entire cave, and some even spread out. This scene was seen by everyone outside, especially the middle-aged man. To be able to cultivate to this level meant that his intelligence was not low, and he immediately saw through what was going on. He wanted to escape. The middle-aged man's expression was gloomy. Although the scene just now had terrified him, he was even more afraid of the old ancestor's anger once he returned. The old ancestor might even turn him into a wooden statue. The middle-aged man had seen this before, so he was filled with fear toward the old ancestor. Thinking about this, the middle-aged man clenched his teeth and roared, "I can't let him escape before the old ancestor returns. Once he escapes, I won't be able to bear the anger of the old ancestor." Li Chantian, Sun Mingde, Han Xin, this person wants to escape. You can't let him escape, or else the old ancestor will become angry, and you all know the consequences. All Blue Dragon sect disciples, withdraw the heavenly water formation and use the Defiant spell. As he spoke, the middle-aged man suppressed his injuries and charged out. Behind him, the expression of the white-haired old man changed. He clenched his teeth and charged out. At the same time, the two dragons in the clouds twisted and turned into a man and a woman. The two of them recalled how terrifying their ancestor was and immediately erupted with their full cultivation. They turned into two rays of light that shot towards the cave abode below. The four great elders of the Blue Dragon sect, for third-step cultivators, all acted to stop Wang Lin from leaving. The tens of thousands of Blue Dragon sect cultivators gave up on the heavenly water formation under the command of the middle-aged man. Their hands formed seals, and they began to mutter. The mutter of tens of thousands of people fused together to form a strange force that echoed across the world. The Defiant spell was a spell of the Great Soul sect. The Blue Dragon sect's old ancestor had a deep relationship with the Great Soul sect, So he had been given this spell to use as a formation spell for the sect. If one listened carefully, they would hear that these tens of thousands of people were only saying two words, Tao and Soul. Tao Soul, Soul Tao, Tao Soul. This voice shrouded the earth below and entered Wang Lin's ears. It immediately caused Wang Lin's body to tremble. It was as if a force was entering his body, melting his Tao and separating his soul. This feeling immediately made Wang Lin feel irritated. His eyes lit up and he let out a cold snort as he stepped out. The moment he took a step, he copied the thunderous roar from the ancient tomb. At the same time, the four great elders rushed into the cave and were about to seal this place to prevent him from leaving. Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached at the void. He revealed a fierce expression. Extract the soul of the earth fire vein. It has been 3 days in a row. I have to continue. I have to break the record of 5 days and see where my limit is. I'm quite satisfied with the chapters of the past few days. Chapter 1805. Tao murmurs echoed across the world and echoed inside the burning blue dragon sect. This voice was not sharp or harsh, but it contained a strange power that made Wang Lin's soul feel like it was going to separate from his body. It even affected his Tao domain and indirectly affected his essences. This spell was very difficult for a single person to use, and it was a group attack spell of the Great Soul Sect. Now that the Blue Dragon Sect disciple was using it, it was obvious he wanted to use it to disturb Wang Lin, so he couldn't leave. Wang Lin had encountered this kind of spell before in the cave world, but it didn't have this kind of power. It has to be said that with his cultivation level, he could battle against cultivators who had gone through several arcane tribulants, but he had still been affected by this spell. However, the heartbeat thunder that Wang Lin had comprehended in the ancient Tao tomb had the same effect as this spell. He used his heartbeat to create thunder, causing the hearts of the tens of thousands of people in the Blue Dragon sect to beat with it. Although Wang Lin had come from the cave world, his cultivation level was not weak even on the immortal astral continent. At this moment, he walked out of the cave, and the four elders of the Blue Dragon sect entered. Wang Lin's right hand reached toward the earth. The ground of the entire Blue Dragon sect rumbled, and a large amount of flames surged out from the formation in the cave. The flames rumbled even more intensely than before. Wang Lin's grab was the spell he had learned in the cave world. It was like extracting the soul of a mountain or planet. What he was extracting this time was the soul of the earth fire vein. The entire heavenly bull continent had a giant earth fire vein. This vein had many branches, and it was very complex. It was like a giant formation that was sealing something. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he couldn't extract the soul of the main earth fire vein. However, a monstrous rumble echoed from the branch earth fire vein under the Blue Dragon sect. As the thunderous rumbles echoed and the flames spread out, the expressions of the tens of thousands of cultivators changed. The four elders that had just charged into the cave were filled with fear. The four of them saw a head the size of a mountain come out from under Wang Lin's right hand. It was a head the size of a mountain, a head the cave couldn't contain. It was a flame dragon, and the whiskers on its head danced in the wind. As soon as it appeared, heaven and earth rumbled, and the mountain that the immortals' cave was located on collapsed. This time, the rubble flew everywhere, but it didn't get far before it was burned to ashes. In the blink of an eye, the mountain Wang Lin was on disappeared before the gazes of the tens of thousands of cultivators in the sky. The rumbling sound was still reverberating in their ears, but the entire mountain had already disappeared from their sight. As the mountain disappeared, a fire dragon with a body tens of thousands of meters long and a head the size of a mountain burrowed out of the ground. The fire dragon didn't have a corporeal body. Its body was made of fire, and it exuded an ancient soul aura. What kind of fire dragon was this? This was clearly the soul of the branch earth fire vein. There was a man standing on the dragon's head. His white hair fluttered, and his eyes were like the stars. He had a coffin on his back, and he stood there as if he was standing at the peak of the world. An aura that looked down on the world emanated from his body, as well as a domineering aura of supremacy. This was especially the case with the boundless glow of his flames, which made it impossible for anyone to look at him directly. The Tao blessing of the tens of thousands of cultivators in the sky completely stopped. Their hearts trembled, and a fear that came from their souls filled the hearts of the tens of thousands of cultivators. It was as if the man on the fire dragon was one of the 9 sons. Everyone's vision became blurry, leaving behind only fear and terror in their hearts. This kind of person, this kind of aura, this kind of fire dragon, it was impossible for people to resist. The 4 elders were knocked back. The impact from the collapse of the mountain and the soul from the branch earth fire vein was something they couldn't resist and had to retreat. Although their cultivation levels weren't weak, they were as small as ants before Wang Lin and the soul from the branch earth fire vein. This was Wang Lin. In the cave world, he was the lord of the sealed realm, the peak of the world. Although he had just arrived on the immortal astral continent, his aura was still the same. Although all of this sounds slow, it all happened in a few breaths of time. Wang Lin stood on the dragon's soul formed by the earth fire vein. With a thought, the fire dragon let out a roar at the sky. Roar! This roar was heaven-shattering and caused the tens of thousands of cultivators in the sky to cough out blood. They all retreated and didn't dare to block, so they opened up a path. The fire dragon jumped into the air, and its hundreds of thousands of feet long body carried Wang Lin as it blindly charged into the sky. We can't let him leave. The old ancestor is on the way and will soon return. We only need to hold him back for a while. The middle-aged man's face was pale, and he let out a hoarse roar. He charged out toward Wang Lin. The remaining 3 people, including the white-haired old man, all clenched their teeth and charged out. Although they were terrified, they feared the old ancestor's anger. Even with their nirvana void cultivation, they couldn't withstand the old ancestor's anger. In particular, the Blue Dragon sect had almost been destroyed. They could imagine the old ancestor's anger once he returned. The 4 of them charged out once more. They turned into 4 rays of light and charged at Wang Lin. They desperately blocked Wang Lin's path of escape. Wang Lin's expression was calm. As the 4 of them closed in, his body flickered and he fused with the fire dragon. The dragon let out a roar and charged into the sky. It didn't care about the 4 of them blocking it at all. The middle-aged man was the fastest and instantly appeared before the fire dragon. His hands formed a seal and pressed down on the fire dragon. The veins on his face swelled, and he let out a heaven-shaking roar. Shortly after, the white-haired old man appeared behind the middle-aged man. His hands formed a seal, and he bit the tip of his tongue. Blood flew out, and he mercilessly threw it forward. It turned into a monstrous blood mist that seemed to be filled with evil spirits that blocked the fire dragon. There was also the man and woman. They arrived at the same time and turned into 2 dragons to seal off all paths. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. A cold voice came from the fire dragon. The fire dragon closed in on the middle-aged man and smashed into him, causing the world to rumble. The middle-aged man's body was covered in large amounts of water vapor, but it instantly evaporated. His hair burned, and spots of fire appeared on his skin. The heat wave didn't just harm his body, it also harmed his origin soul and soul. After all, this was no ordinary earth fire. This was the soul of the earth fire vein. The power of a branch of the earth fire vein was something he couldn't resist at all. There was no need to mention Wang Lin's shocking cultivation level. After he fused with the earth fire vein, he erupted with an even more powerful impact. The middle-aged man couldn't even last one breath. He felt like he was inside a furnace, and if he didn't retreat, he would be burned to ashes. The fear of death instantly surpassed the fear of his patriarch. At that moment, he didn't hesitate. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered back dozens of feet. After coughing up another mouthful of blood, he madly retreated. However, his arms were the first to come into contact with the fire dragon, and they were burned the most. Although he retreated, As he retreated, his arms were blown by the wind and turned to ashes. There was also the blood essence of the white-haired old man that turned into a blood mist. When the fire dragon collided with it, it collapsed and was knocked back. Popping sounds came from inside his body, and his body collapsed into pieces. His origin soul let out a scream and retreated in terror. At this moment, he no longer dared to stop Wang Lin. As for the two elders who had taken the form of dragons, their bodies collapsed when the fire dragons swept past them. Both of them coughed up blood, and their bodies exploded just like the white-haired old man. Their primordial spirits escaped, bringing with them an unforgettable fear as they retreated in unison. The power of the four of them wasn't enough to stop Wang Lin and the fire dragon for half a step. They were all seriously injured. The surrounding tens of thousands of Blue Dragon sect disciples watched this and were dead silent. The fire dragon rushed into the sky, and Wang Lin's body appeared. He stood on the dragon's head and looked down. Wang didn't kill anyone. Today's disaster was caused by your sect, wanting to refine Wang into a puppet. All of you, behave yourselves. After Wang Lin left these cold words, he stepped on the earth fire vein and carried the dragon's soul under everyone's fearful gazes. He disappeared into the distance until he disappeared from everyone's sight. The power of one person and a sect couldn't stop him half a step. This kind of strength and momentum caused Wang Lin's figure to be deeply imprinted in the hearts of the Blue Dragon sect disciples. This battle was destined to make Wang Lin famous in the Heavenly Bull continent. It wasn't until one incense stick of time after Wang Lin left that the three elders who had lost their bodies and only had their origin souls remained silent. The middle-aged man who had lost his arms trembled, and a shocking roar came from another direction. As the roar rang out, the world changed colors, and the flames burning on the ground were extinguished, turning into black smoke that rose into the air. This roar caused the hearts of the four elders to tremble. When they looked up, they saw two rays of light closing in. One of the rays of light seemed like it was going to tear the world apart. There was a figure inside the ray of light. It was a young man with red lips and white teeth. He should have been extremely handsome, but at this moment, his expression was ferocious and filled with anger. He was too fast. He was still far away, but in an instant, he arrived above the Blue Dragon sect. He looked at the ruins below and silently pondered. His silence brought great pressure and fear to the four elders. At that moment, another ray of light whizzed over, turning into a woman. This woman was extremely charming, as if she was an absolute beauty. However, when she saw the ruins below, her expression immediately changed, and without hesitation, she distanced herself from the young man. The first update. Today was the fourth, and including today, it had been 4 days in a row. Just one more day, and he would be able to tie with the record. There was a burst of energy in his heart. He had to break through himself. Please use your monthly votes to encourage me. Chapter 1806. It has always been me, Du Qing, who steals other people's things and destroys other people's cave abodes. The youth spoke slowly in silence. There was not a hint of joy or anger in his voice, but a strange distortion appeared on his body. Vaguely, one could see that his body was changing, as if he had turned into a wooden person. No one has ever dared to destroy my sect. The youth let out a heaven-shaking roar. Under his furious roar, the sky rumbled, and large patches of clouds were torn apart. A large amount of black smoke rose into the sky and rolled out in all directions with a loud rumble. No one has ever dared to do this. You destroyed my sect and killed my disciples. No matter who you are, you're dead. You're dead in the Heavenly Bull continent. I'm going to capture you. I'm going to tear you apart. I'm going to make you suffer for tens of thousands of years. I'm going to make you regret cultivating. The youth's roar was heaven-shaking, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. This aura swept the area, and the thousands of disciples closest to him didn't even have time to scream before they all collapsed and died. I'm going to kill you. The youth suddenly turned around, and his right hand reached out toward the surrounding disciples. A terrified youth was grabbed by the youth and pressed against the youth's head. His boundless divine sense entered the disciple's mind and forcefully searched his soul. He didn't care that this person was a disciple of his own sect. The young man let out a miserable shriek, and his body trembled as he died. His body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. After obtaining the memories he wanted, Wang Lin's appearance clearly appeared in the youth's eyes. One of the elders who had lost his physical body, the old man who had once transformed into a dragon, trembled as he said, old ancestor." That person said his surname was Wang. He said that he didn't kill anyone from our sect or Destroyer's sect because someone wanted to turn him into a puppet. After he spoke, the heart of the middle-aged man who had lost his arm skipped a beat, and he let out a sigh. This Sun Mengda hasn't been in the Blue Dragon sect for long, so he still doesn't understand the sect master's personality. How could the sect master care about the life and death of his people? What he cares about is face. Just as the old man spoke, the youth turned around, and his eyes revealed a ferocious gaze as he stared at the old man, named Sunday. The thousands of disciples who died just now were killed by him. And you, as an elder, even if you lost your physical body, you should have detonated your Yuan divinity to stop it. Since you didn't do that, I'll turn you into wood and seal you for 100 years as punishment. The youth raised his right hand and reached at the air. The old man, named Sun, was about to retreat, but his body trembled, and he was caught by the youth without any resistance. It was unknown what spell the youth used, but there was a flash of gray light that fused with the old man's origin soul. In an instant, the old man let out a miserable scream, and his origin soul became a blur and turned into wood. He loosened his grip, and the old man who had turned into a log of wood fell to the ground. Suddenly, a vortex appeared on the ground and swallowed him up, causing him to disappear. This scene caused the surrounding Blue Dragon sect disciples to tremble and not dare speak. Mobilize the entire sect and find this person for me. I'll only give you 3 months. If you can't find it in 3 months, you'll all die. Notify the entire Heavenly Bull continent that anyone who shields this person will suffer the consequences. Ignoring the Blue Dragon sect for now, Wang Lin flew through the sky of the immortal astral continent. His divine sense spread out, and he slowly adapted to this unfamiliar world. With my cultivation level, my divine sense can cover most of the cave world, but here, it is suppressed by an invisible law and is only half as big as when I was in the cave world. It is obvious that I'm not the only one who is like this, but everyone here is like this. Wang Lin's judgment was based on the fact that no divine sense from the Blue Dragon sect had locked onto him while he was gone. Also, spatial bending has lost its effect on the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin frowned. He tried several times to merge with the world, but he couldn't. This shouldn't be a special effect on me. Based on the time it took for the Blue Dragon sect ancestor to return, even if he was at the early stage of void tribulent like the Seven-Color Taoist or Old Devil Jean, he still couldn't return in time. It is obvious he can't use spatial bending. Wang Lin pondered as he flew through the sky. He vaguely understood that although the world here and the cave world looked the same, they were completely different. The cave world was fake. This place was real. He could merge with the world of the cave world, but he couldn't merge with the world of the immortal astral continent. As a result, he couldn't use spatial bending. There should be a way to do it, but the requirement for cultivation would be higher. Wang Lin pondered and began to ponder. Wang Lin had just arrived here, so everything here was unfamiliar to him. Fortunately, he had searched Kong Ren's memories, so although he didn't know much, he knew a lot about the Heavenly Bull continent. This is the Heavenly Bull continent of the Eastern continent, which is under the control of the Celestial Clan. The Gue sect and the Great Soul sect are the strongest sects on the Heavenly Bull continent. They are also 2 of the 9 sure sense sects. Wang Lin's expression was complicated. He was no stranger to these 2 sections. The Great Soul sect, Fan Shanming, and Fan Shanlu's sect, a sect that has multiple illusions. There is also Yunifeng from Kongren's memories. He is now the genius of the Gui sect. Alas, I came too late. I presume teacher thought I was dead and wouldn't wait any longer. Wang Lin sighed. But what made him happy was that the Heavenly Bull continent was where the Seven Tao sect of the Seven-Colored Celestial Sovereign was located. The Heavenly Bull continent is too big, almost the size of dozens of cave worlds. Now that I don't have spatial bending, it's too slow to travel with my own cultivation. There's no need to mention the 36 countries where the country of Ji is located. Even if I travel at full speed, it will take hundreds of years. Wang Lin frowned. The immortal astral continent was simply too big. Forget it, no matter what. I have to go to the original location of the Seven Tao sect. If teacher isn't there, then since I promised him, I have to complete it. No matter how long it takes, I have to go to the ancient Tao. This is a long-term goal. Before that, I have to go to the Donglin sect. Even if I have to use all methods, I have to enter the Donglin pool. Wang Lin thought about the mysteries of the Donglin pool, and his heart skipped a beat. However, before that, I have to solve the problem of my storage space. I wonder how the madman and the woman in silver are doing. Wang Lin knew that the two of them had the bloodline of the immortal astral continent, so even if their storage space is shattered, nothing would happen. While pondering, he flew into the distance. Even Wang Lin found it difficult to fly by relying on his own cultivation for a long time. The mosquito beast's appearance was too unique, so it was not convenient to summon it here. Half a month later, a vast mountain range appeared before Wang Lin. This mountain range was endless, and he couldn't see the end. Roughly speaking, there were tens of thousands of mountains. The Heavenly Bull continent was filled with mountains. Wang Lin had learned this from Kong Ren's memories, and he had seen it with his own eyes in the past half a month. This place is not bad. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he charged in the mountain range below. In an instant, he arrived next to a very ordinary mountain. In a flash, he entered the mountain. As he waved his sleeve, the inside of the mountain disappeared and turned into a giant cave. It became Wang Lin's temporary closed-door cultivation place. Sitting in the lotus position inside the mountain, Wang Lin's hands formed seals, and countless restrictions appeared and imprinted themselves on the mountain. He couldn't take out any treasures right now, so he could only use restrictions to hide his aura. After sealing the mountain and setting up a defense, Wang Lin didn't put down the heaven-avoiding coffin on his back. The immortal astral continent was not like the cave world, and there were many powerful cultivators here. Wang Lin had to be cautious at all times to prevent accidents. Only by carrying it on his back would he feel at ease. That Kongren also has a storage space, but it is different from the one in the cave world. His storage space is open from his own body, so there are no restrictions, and he can take things out from anywhere. This method is very strange, but it's not like I haven't seen it before. In the cave world, people have done this as well. The Celestials from the cave world did this as well. They all came from the Seven Tao sect and used the same method. I should have been prepared back then. Wang Lin secretly shook his head. Although he was very smart, he couldn't think of everything. There were still a lot of things that he had missed. Sitting there, Wang Lin raised his right hand and hesitated. He couldn't guess what the consequences of opening his storage space would be. My storage space was opened in the cave world. I can open it in the void, but it will be disturbed. After all, the void is connected to the cave world. But on the immortal astral continent, what should I do? Wang Lin had a headache, and he waved his right hand. A crack suddenly appeared in front of him. However, the moment it appeared, before he could take out the item inside, the crack collapsed and dissipated into specks of light. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his eyes shined. He had already guessed this. The storage space he had opened was a new one he had opened to store miscellaneous items. Even if it dissipated, he wouldn't feel any heartache. This experiment confirmed that his guess was true. Not all items will collapse. Some won't suffer too much damage and will just dissipate. I don't know where they will go. Wang Lin began to ponder. I have to take out the blood sword. There is also old Devil Jean's golden seal sealed by teacher. It has the power of an early-stage, void, turbulent earth cultivator. It is very useful to me right now. There is also the Soul Lasher, which counters Origin Souls. It would be a pity to lose it in the storage space. There is also the EC Puppet, which is comparable to Void Tribulent Cultivators. There is also the Ghostly Face Sail. Chapter 1807. Wang Lin rubbed the spot between his eyebrows and felt a headache coming on. While Wang Lin was hesitating, in the Heavenly Bull continent, the Blue Dragon sect had been burned by a mysterious cultivator named Wang. The earth fire had swept through tens of thousands of cultivators and even seriously injured the 4 elders of the Blue Dragon sect. 3 of them had their bodies destroyed, and 1 of them had his arms cut off. This news spread like a gust of wind. The Blue Dragon sect was furious and sent out all their disciples to search like crazy. This made this matter even more of a joke. Most sects didn't like the Blue Dragon sect, but due to Du Qing's cultivation level and the Great Soul sect behind him, they still backed down. Now that the Blue Dragon sect had suffered such a great loss, with several people killed and 4 elders seriously injured, they couldn't help but secretly feel happy. As for cooperating with the search for the mysterious person, it was often done perfunctorily. However, there were still some sects that fully cooperated to search for Wang Lin's hiding place. The Heavenly Bull continent was simply too large. Although this sensational news had spread a bit, it didn't spread too far. It only spread to a small area. As for large sects like the Guei sect and the Great Soul sect, they rarely paid attention to this kind of thing. In a flash, several days passed, but there were no clues. The Blue Dragon sect's old ancestor, Du Qing, became even more angry. He went out himself, and his divine sense swept the area, but he still didn't find anything. After all, the Heavenly Bull continent was simply too large. If a person wanted to hide, it would be as difficult as finding a needle in the ocean. The divine senses of the Blue Dragon sect disciples swept the mountain where Wang Lin was. However, because they were very far away and Wang Lin's restrictions were extraordinary, no one found any clues. Unless the old ancestor Du Qing personally came to check, others wouldn't be able to find anything. However, no matter how angry Du Qing was, without knowing the exact location, it wouldn't be likely for him to personally come to check. As time passed, not only did the Blue Dragon sect's search not decrease, it became even more intense. Wang Lin noticed all of this while he was thinking about how to open his storage space to take out treasures. During this month of time, not only was Wang Lin thinking about the storage space, he was also absorbing the celestial energy from the immortal astral continent to nourish his body. At the same time, he was looking for the difference between the essences here and his own. He slowly saw through some things. The ethereal essence was fine, and whether it was in the cave world or the immortal astral continent, it hadn't changed. After all, the ethereal essence was formed by Wang Lin's comprehension. It was his own origin. However, the essence of corporeal was different, just like the essence of fire. The elemental essences of lightning, fire, and water were all the same. As for the elemental essences of slaughter and restriction, they had also undergone some changes, but not by much. It's about time. I can't hesitate any longer. On this day, Wang Lin, who was sitting cross-legged in his cave dwelling, opened his eyes. There was a hint of decisiveness in his eyes. He was not an indecisive person. If it wasn't for the fact that this storage space was too important, he wouldn't have been so hesitant. However, at this moment, he had to make a decision. Even if it's destroyed, I have to open it and take out some things. Most of them are just worldly possessions. Since I can accumulate them, then I can also obtain new treasures on the immortal astral continent. And if I'm a bit faster, perhaps this storage space won't completely collapse. After making up his mind, Wang Lin no longer hesitated. His cultivation spread out and gathered inside the cave so that it wouldn't leak out. As the ripples formed by his cultivation became even stronger, the area around Wang Lin seemed to distort. This distortion was like a ripple that slowly spread out, causing the aura here to solidify. This solidification wasn't complete, but it caused everything inside to slow down. After all, with the full power of his cultivation base spreading out his aura, it felt as if the entire Immortal's cave had turned into sludge. In this way, he might be able to delay the collapse of the storage dimension. What Wang Lin needed was time. After his aura spread out and everything around him slowed down, Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes shined brightly. He raised his left hand and formed a seal. The stop spell appeared on his index finger. Then he raised his right hand and clenched his teeth as he reached at the void before him. He had used this move countless times in the past, but he had never been as shocked as he was right now. With that one move, a crack appeared before him. This crack was Wang Lin's storage space. The moment the crack appeared, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to use the stop spell on his left hand and point at it. The stop spell had evolved after Wang Lin had used it countless times. Not only could it stop people, it could even stop time, space, and even treasures. However, Wang Lin didn't know if it could stop the collapse of the storage space he had brought from the cave world to the immortal astral continent. As soon as the storage crack appeared, it gave off a ghostly light and began to show signs of shattering. However, due to the thick, mud-like aura, it slowed down a bit. Coupled with the use of the stop spell, the collapse of the storage crack paused. However, it only paused for a moment before it began to collapse violently. Wang Lin's mind was highly focused. The moment the storage space crack opened, his divine sense rushed into the crack like crazy. He was going to pull everything out. However, that pause didn't allow Wang Lin to take everything away. He watched as countless cracks appeared in the storage space. The madman and the woman in silver were very close to the cracks and were sucked in. Some treasures collapsed, and although some didn't collapse, they were devoured by the cracks. All of this happened in an instant, and Wang Lin couldn't stop it. He didn't even have time to see what he had been sucked in before his divine sense split into several parts. They scattered through the cracks in the storage space and imprinted themselves on the treasures that were dissipating. After doing all of this, with a thought, the storage space that hadn't completely collapsed disappeared. He closed it to prevent it from continuing to collapse. In this short instant, Wang Lin was soaked in sweat. His breathing was a bit rough, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked ahead and silently pondered. In front of him floated a blood sword and a large golden seal. The blood sword was filled with killing intent, and the golden print gave off void, turbulent fluctuations. There was also a trace of the aura of a grand Empyrean. It seemed to prove that this was something the Nine Suns had condensed from an illusion. It doesn't matter if some of the magic treasures that aren't that important have been destroyed. However, there's still 3 magic treasures that haven't been destroyed that were sucked into the rift. Fortunately, I was prepared and left my divine sense imprint on them. In this way, I might be able to find them one day. The madman and the woman in silver. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He had done his best. The storage space should be able to be opened a few more times, but every time I open it, it will collapse even more violently until it is completely destroyed. The EC puppet is still inside, and I noticed that it wasn't sucked away. Wang Lin took a deep breath and dissipated the solidified aura. The cave slowly returned to normal. Looking at the blood sword and golden print before him, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his right hand and used the method he had learned from Kongren to create a storage space inside his body. Soon, a crack appeared on his right wrist. The inside of the crack was dark and gave off a suction force. After the blood sword and golden print were sucked in, the crack disappeared from Wang Lin's wrist. Using the bloodline to open a storage space, only someone from the immortal astral continent can do this perfectly. As Wang Lin pondered, there was a flash of blood light in his right hand, and the blood sword appeared. Then it disappeared in a flash, and the golden print appeared in Wang Lin's right hand. After doing this several times, Wang Lin gradually became familiar with using this method. He was certain that he wouldn't subconsciously open a storage space due to habit and cause an irreversible collapse. Only then did he relax. So what if I lost a few treasures? I can obtain even more treasures from the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin looked up. His gaze seemed to penetrate the cave and see the dark sky outside. The greedy wolf should also be on the immortal astral continent. As long as he is here, I will never lack treasures. As long as I meet him, I can solve a lot of problems. Greedy wolf, I'm looking forward to our first reunion on the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin smiled. However, this greedy wolf is also very strange. He is also one of the 7 colored soul fragments. But why didn't he need to reincarnate like Shimizu and Situ to leave the cave world? Even with the help of the Grand Empyrean, Xian Luo also acted. This matter is very inexplicable. This question had been in Wang Lin's mind for a long time, but he couldn't figure out the answer. Forget it. I'll find out when I meet the greedy wolf in the future. Thinking about it now is useless. I should first solve the problem of the earth fire and my own fire essence. That blue dragon sect's old ancestor, Du Qing's cultivation level, is not bad. If he finds me, there'll be a fierce battle. I've just arrived on the immortal astral continent and didn't want to cause any trouble. However, it looks like I need to keep a high profile so I can gain a stable footing. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a cold gaze. At this moment, in the imperial city of the central continent of the immortal astral continent, there was a very luxurious palace. This palace was hundreds of thousands of feet wide and looked like a heavenly palace. The golden light shone brightly, and even from far away, one could see the blinding light. In the palace, on a huge dragon throne, sat a middle-aged man wearing a royal robe with 9 dragons. His eyes were closed, as if he was taking a nap. However, at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were like suns, and they gave off an extremely noble bloodline aura. An unimaginably powerful aura suddenly spread out from his body. The imperial teacher divined that Dao Fei's disappearance will not be life-threatening and will instead lead to a great fortune. Now that his aura has appeared in the god's burial void, let's bring him back. There's a woman beside him. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and his right hand reached at the void before him. 4 days in a row. Let's continue tomorrow. I need monthly votes. I really need them. Chapter 1808. The middle-aged man in the 9-dragon royal robe reached out, and a vortex appeared in the air before him. As it rotated rapidly, there was a ghostly light inside, and it was unknown where it led to. A strange whistling sound echoed in the hall. Slowly, 2 blurry figures appeared in the vortex and were pulled out by the man in the royal robe. The unconscious man and woman were the madman and the woman in silver. The middle-aged man in the royal robe ignored the woman in silver and looked at the madman. He frowned and walked forward. As he moved forward, the madman's body floated into the air, and the man in the royal robe pressed his right hand on his chest. A powerful celestial spiritual energy entered the madman's body. In an instant, popping sounds came from the madman's body, and they echoed like thunder. The powerful celestial spiritual energy surged through the madman's body like a roaring river. As it swept through the madman's body, it opened up his blocked meridians and stimulated the madman's bloodline. However, the madman was still unconscious and still hadn't woken up. The middle-aged man frowned. He waved his sleeve, and the shadow of a huge sun appeared behind him. It enveloped the hall and spread out, filling the sky. Even from a great distance, it could be clearly seen that there was a golden sun shining with boundless light in the sky above the palace. Dao Fei, wake up! The man in the royal robe waved his right hand and pressed it on the madman's chest once more. A surge of golden, celestial, spiritual energy rushed into the madman's body and into his head. In an instant, some of the blocked meridians and blood vessels in the madman's head were opened. The moment they were opened, some of the depression that had accumulated for countless years was washed away. Big brother. At this instant, the madman's face turned red, and he suddenly opened his eyes. He let out a cry of joy before coughing out a mouthful of blood and fainting once more. The brows of the man in the royal robe slowly relaxed, and the shadow of the sun behind him gradually dissipated. Send Prince Dao Fei to rest. Send this woman as well. As his majestic voice echoed, two strands of golden smoke appeared in the hall and turned into two women. They bowed at the man in the royal robe and quickly left the hall with the madman and the woman in silver. Dao Fei has been missing for many years. I wonder what happened to him for him to be so seriously injured. His bloodline power has also decreased a bit. When he wakes up, I have to ask him. The man in the royal robe sat on the dragon throne and pondered before he slowly closed his eyes. Ignoring the madman, Wang Lin was sitting in the cave he had opened with a spell inside the mountain. As he cultivated, his hands formed a seal and his body was surrounded by a sea of fire. This sea of fire burned intensely and turned into a giant flame rosefinch behind Wang Lin. It surrounded Wang Lin and made the sea of fire even more intense. The heaven-avoiding coffin that Wang Lin had been carrying since arriving on the immortal astral continent had already been put into the storage space he had opened inside his body. At this moment, his hands formed a seal, and the fire around him twisted into 7 fire dragons that flew toward Wang Lin's left eye. In an instant, it was absorbed by his left eye and turned into a mark in the shape of a flame. The brand flickered, and it was extremely conspicuous in this pitch-black cave abode that was devoid of fire. My fire essence has already solidified and is even stronger than when I was in the cave world. However, on the immortal astral continent, it is incompatible with the earth fire of the heavenly bull continent. Between the two fires, one must be the master. Otherwise, it would be easy to deal with ordinary enemies, but once I meet someone with a fire essence, they will immediately see through me. Also, because the earth fire here is very different from mine, is a bit disadvantageous. Wang Lin had been on the immortal astral continent for more than a month, and he gradually felt a lot of differences. Let's take the fire origin as an example. In the cavern world, all the flames in the world could be controlled by him. He was like the emperor of fire and didn't need to worry about the consumption of the fire origin, as he could quickly replenish it with a single breath. However, on the immortal astral continent, it was different. Not only was he an outsider, even his fire essence was an outsider. It would be very difficult to replenish a large amount of fire essence here. In a battle, if he met someone weaker than him, it wouldn't be a problem, but if he met someone stronger, it would be fatal. In the Blue Dragon sect, Wang Lin could extract the Earth Fire's soul. Although it looked easy, it was not simple. He could have left the Blue Dragon sect without extracting the Earth Fire's soul, but in order to test the rejection force of the Earth Fire, he had extracted it. The rejection force was very strong, and under Wang Lin's control, the Earth Fire's soul tried to devour him after he left the Blue Dragon sect. However, Wang Lin suppressed it for a while before it finally disappeared into the earth. The rejection force of the earth fire here is very strong. Since the fire of the immortal astral continent doesn't recognize me, then I don't need it to recognize me. I'll suppress it and fuse with it to strengthen myself. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a cold gaze, and he let out a cold snort. His origin soul entered his left eye and turned into a fire rosefinch that charged out from Wang Lin's left eye. When this fire rosefinch appeared, it was formed by Wang Lin's origin soul. As the temperature of the cave spread out, it disappeared into the ground. The entire heavenly bull continent was filled with earth fire veins, and the mountains were filled with raging earth fire. The moment Wang Lin's origin soul entered the ground, he felt a hot aura rush toward him. This aura was very harmful to the origin soul, but it had no effect on Wang Lin. The rosefinch he had turned into rushed down, and heat waves spread out from his body to resist the earth fire. Because his origin soul had entered the ground, what he saw was different from his body. In Wang Lin's eyes, there was no earth here, only specks of fire. It was like a world of fire. As he went deeper, a roar came from the distance. This roar couldn't be heard with the flesh, but it was very clear with the origin soul. The moment the roar echoed, the heat wave before Wang Lin became even stronger. The heat wave contained a high temperature that could melt all treasures and burn the origin soul of all life. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. This roar was more of a challenge. It was the collision and explosion of two different flames. As the roar echoed, the rose finch formed by Wang Lin also let out a sharp roar. This roar was the cry of rose finch. It charged out like a sharp sword toward the source of the roar. Wang Lin moved with incredible speed. As he went deeper, it didn't take long for him to cross an immeasurable distance and arrive at the source of the roar. It was a fire dragon tens of thousands of meters long, glowing crimson and filled with a violent aura. The fire dragon coiled there, its huge eyes staring at the rose finch formed by Wang Lin. As soon as it arrived, it let out another roar and charged forward. This was a shocking scene. The fire dragon and rose finch stared at each other in the subterranean world. Their roars echoed as they began to devour each other. That was what happened when divine sense swept out. However, if someone came here and looked with the naked eye, they would see a completely different scene. The only thing they would see was an enormous vein of fire that stretched out for an unknown distance. The vein was crimson and emitted a boundless heat. It was hidden in the soil below. This enormous vein of fire was the fire dragon that was roaring at Wang Lin. This fire dragon was the soul of the earth flame vein. If you looked with the naked eye at the rose finch formed by Wang Lin, you wouldn't be able to see rose finch. You would only be able to see a different type of fire that didn't fit in with this place. In this world, there was only one word, and that was fire. Other words, whether it was flame or flame, could sometimes represent fire. However, they could never use the word fire in their words. Fire was domineering and could not coexist. It could only be fused together. The fire dragon roared and leaped forward. A thick sea of fire spread out from its body, sweeping up Wang Lin's rose finch form. It opened its mouth as if to consume him. The eyes of the rose finch formed by Wang Lin lit up, but he didn't retreat at all. This mere soul of the earth flame vein was not qualified to make Wang Lin retreat. The rose finch let out a roar and charged into the fire dragon's mouth. All fire in this world must listen to my command, Wang Lin. You must worship me, Wang Lin, as your master. Even the fire of the immortal astral continent must do the same. Wang Lin's divine sense contained the domineering power of fire as it echoed deep underground. After the fire dragon devoured Rose Finch, it revealed a painful expression. Its body twisted and fire spread out from its body. It slowly turned into the shadow of Rose Finch with its eyes closed. This Rose Finch was very large, and it shrouded the fire dragon and quickly became clear. As it grew clearer, it continued to absorb the flames from the fire dragon's body. As it strengthened itself, the fire dragon's roars grew weaker, but the strength of its twisting and struggling became greater. On the ground, the mountain range Wang Lin was in trembled and thunderous rumbles echoed. Large cracks appeared on the ground and fire spewed out, burning everything. However, this process did not last for too long. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the earth fire that spewed out from the ground immediately shrank and disappeared along the cracks. Deep underground, the struggling body of the fire dragon slowly came to a stop. In the end, it was clearly covered by the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird suddenly opened its eyes and revealed a cold light. After absorbing the soul of an earth flame vein, my fire essence has grown so much. Rose Finch's body flickered and turned into a sea of fire. He appeared in the cave where Wang Lin was sitting and charged into Wang Lin's left eye. Wang Lin's body trembled and his origin soul body opened his eyes. This is a rare supplement for me. Wang Lin lowered his head and his eyes revealed a strange light. The 5th day, after today, he would break a record. Chapter 1809. The change in the earth fire vein must have attracted some attention. It is inconvenient to stay here. Wang Lin stood up while pondering. He waved his sleeves and removed all the restrictions he had left in the cave. Wang Lin didn't want to leave any clues for the people who were looking for him. especially if they were good at restrictions. On this strange continent, an extra layer of mystery was equal to an extra layer of protection. The restriction disappeared without a trace. Even if someone saw it, it would be difficult to tell if it was caused by a treasure or someone else. When Wang Lin waved his sleeves, flames flew out and burned more than 10 feet of the cave. As a result, there was no trace left. After doing all of this, Wang Lin walked out of the cave and stood in the sky. At this moment, the sky was bright and there were no clouds. The sky was blue and very bright. Breathing the aura of the immortal astral continent, Wang Lin flew off into the distance. He was very fast and disappeared into the horizon. His speed was even faster than before, and now he was flying at full speed. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed 5,000 kilometers. On the third day after Wang Lin left, rays of light flew over the 100,000 mountains. The person at the front was the Blue Dragon sect's old ancestor, Duqing. His expression was gloomy as he stared at a mountain below. He raised his right hand and pressed down on the mountain. Immediately, the heavens and earth rumbled, and a wooden arm that was about 1,000 feet thick suddenly burst out of the ground. The arm broke through the earth, bringing with it a wave of flames as it punched the mountain. Thunderous rumbles echoed out as the mountain trembled and collapsed. Countless pieces of rubble were sent flying in all directions. 3 days ago, there was a change in the earth fire here. That cultivator named Wang is obviously hiding here. Damn it, I have already moved at full speed, but it is still too late. Duqing's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he waved his sleeves. Scatter and continue to search. I don't believe he can escape the heavenly bull continent. Shiqing took a deep breath and clenched his fist. If this person hides, it will be very difficult to find him. It looks like I'll have to ask the Great Soul Sect for help. Wang Lin didn't intend to hide at all. If he really wanted to hide, he could just find a mountain far away and come out after 8 to 10 years. Then there would be no future trouble. The main reason why he had left was because he had discovered a great tonic that could strengthen his fire origin. At this moment, as he flew through the sky, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and shrouded the earth below. His eyes shined brightly and were filled with excitement. There are many branches of earth fire in the heavenly bull continent. From the looks of it, there are thousands of them. If I can absorb them all, or even the main vein, will my fire essence be able to form an essence true body like it did at the Donglin pool? Thinking about this, Wang Lin's breathing became rough. He vaguely guessed that no one had tried to absorb the fire of the heavenly bull continent since ancient times. They had all been recognized by the fire of the world and comprehended its essence to become a third-step cultivator. If one's cultivation realm was high enough and their fire essence strengthened, perhaps they could become the king of fire. However, in the end, they would still be very different from Wang Lin. Wang Lin wasn't someone from the immortal astral continent, so he hadn't comprehended his fire essence here. He hadn't obtained the recognition of the earth fire, so there would inevitably be rejection. It was like following the will of the heavens and defying the heavens. However, it was because of this that Wang Lin's fire essence had increased greatly after devouring the soul of the branch fire vein. Xian Luo once said that no one from the cave world has ever entered the immortal astral continent by force. I'm not reincarnating, so I naturally won't stay here to show off my might. The immortal astral continent is not a dangerous place for me, but a treasure. The light from Wang Lin's eyes became even brighter as he moved forward. He soon arrived at another mountain range. The mountain here was completely green and there was no trace of earth fire. However, Wang Lin used his fire essence to sense it. He seemed to see a giant fire dragon sleeping under the mountain. The moment Wang Lin's gaze fell on the fire dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Its eyes were a sea of fire as it stared at Wang Lin across the earth and mountains. Roar! A roar echoed, causing the earth to tremble and the mountains to tremble. However, this dragon's roar was not something ordinary people could hear. Even cultivators would find it difficult to detect. Only Wang Lin, who had a different fire essence, could clearly hear this roar of rejection. His eyes lit up and Wang Lin let out a cold snort. A mere soul of the earth fire vein dares to roar at me? You have guts. Wang Lin stepped down and landed on a mountain. He raised his right hand and reached down. Soul of the earth fire. As he raised his right hand, the mountains rumbled and a sea of fire erupted from the earth. The mountain under Wang Lin trembled violently and collapsed. Rubble flew everywhere, and a fire dragon with a head 10,000 feet long charged out from the collapsed mountain. The moment it appeared, the blue sky immediately turned crimson, as if it was being burned by flames. The earth emitted a magnetic sound as cracks were torn open, and streams of lava and fire flowed out. This fire dragon was slightly larger than the one Wang Lin had devoured before. The power of the fire it gave off was comparable to the full power attack of a void spirit cultivator. As it roared, the fire dragon's giant head closed in on Wang Lin and smashed into him. The world trembled as if a meteor was descending from the heavens toward Wang Lin. This shocking aura was enough to make the expressions of all cultivators change. However, Wang Lin's expression was calm and didn't change at all. His eyes were filled with coldness, and the moment the fire dragon closed in, he raised his right hand and threw a punch at it. A thunderous rumble shook the heavens and earth. Wang Lin's body swayed slightly, but he didn't retreat half a step. However, the fire dragon let out a mournful roar and its head exploded. As it collapsed, the fire dragon's head turned into a sea of fire and showed signs of condensing again. The dragon's eyes were the first to condense, and they shined with anger. However, Wang Lin didn't give the fire dragon's head a chance to condense completely. He took a step forward, and the flames in his left eye shined brightly. A rosefinch appeared and rushed out from his pupil. It appeared before him and inhaled at the fire dragon. The moment the rosefinch devoured the fire dragon, Wang Lin's majestic voice echoed in the world. Earth Fire Branch Soul, hurry up and return. The fire dragon's body trembled, and the sea of fire formed by its collapsed head was immediately sucked into Rosefinch's mouth. The suction force grew stronger and stronger until the earth shook and the sky changed colors. The fire dragon's body turned into a sea of fire and was sucked away by Rosefinch. After absorbing the two Earth Fire Branch souls, Rosefinch's body immediately expanded until it was tens of thousands of feet long. It floated in the air, looking as if it wanted to cover the sky. The raging flames caused the vermilion bird to let out a deafening screech. This roar turned into layers of ripples that spread out with Rosefinch as the center. Wang Lin took a step forward and landed on top of Rosefinch's head. His entire body was surrounded by a sea of fire. Rosefinch let out a roar and immediately charged forward. From a distance, it looked like a cloud of fire was flying through the sky. Wang Lin could clearly feel that the fire essence had grown stronger once more. This kind of growth made him very excited. It has to be said that back in the cave world, the fire essence had already stopped changing. Wang Lin thought this was the limit of the fire essence, and that it had reached true completion. However, he always felt like something was missing, but he just couldn't find it clearly. It wasn't until the Donglin pool in the core of the cave world that the drastic changes opened a door to a higher level for Wang Lin. This allowed him to know that his fire essence could turn into an essence true body. He could never forget the powerful feeling he had when his essence true body appeared. The simplest change was that he could no longer use spells once, but twice. That kind of power was far stronger than before. This kind of change was something Wang Lin could never have imagined. Right now, on the immortal astral continent, the fire essence had grown stronger once more and was rapidly closing in on his essence true body. At this moment, in this strange immortal astral continent filled with powerful cultivators, there was nothing more exciting than an increase in cultivation. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to rush forward on Rosefinch. His divine sense spread out to find the next branch of fire. 2 days after Wang Lin left, a ray of light came from the distance. The person inside the ray of light was the blue dragon sect's old ancestor, Du Qing. This time he arrived even faster. Du Qing's body appeared, and there was a hint of shock in his gloomy expression. He looked at the mountains below, and his eyelids twitched a few times. Something is wrong. This person has caused a change in the earth fire. Once or twice can be considered an accident, but now it has happened 3 times. He is obviously doing this on purpose, but why is he doing this? Du Qing frowned. He couldn't figure it out. His body flickered, and he landed on a mountain. Du Qing's divine sense spread out, and he carefully looked at the earth. His divine sense even went deeper into the earth. When he saw what was below, he gasped and his expression changed greatly. The earth fire vein has withered. The earth fire has dissipated, and this branch is actually dead. He is absorbing the earth fire. This is simply impossible. Even if a cultivator has the fire essence, they wouldn't dare to absorb the earth fire by force. Once they do, they will likely suffer a backlash from the fire essence and be rejected by the fire of the heavenly bull continent. How'd he do it? What the hell is he doing? Du Qing's eyes were filled with terror. He had never heard of anyone being able to absorb and devour an earth fire vein. The third step cultivators of the immortal astral continent would usually worship the earth fire and obtain its recognition to comprehend the fire essence. They didn't dare to do it, nor could they. Second update. Ask for monthly votes. Chapter 1810. Du Qing looked at the sky in the distance. He vaguely felt that the person he was chasing was a terrifying existence. He couldn't help but hesitate and didn't know if he should continue to chase. After a long time, Du Qing clenched his teeth and coldness appeared in his eyes. If I just give up like this, I'm really unwilling. No matter what, I have to catch up and fight him. If he is just pretending to be mysterious, I'll kill him. If his cultivation level is not bad and he is evenly matched with me, then I need to change my mind. My Blue Dragon sect has already been destroyed, and that can't be changed. If he can join the sect, the influence of the Blue Dragon sect will be even greater. Du Qing was an old ancestor, and although he was moody, he was not an ordinary person. After making up his mind, Du Qing raised his right hand and grabbed at the air. A paper crane immediately appeared in his hand. The paper crane was crimson, and when he threw it, it immediately expanded into a smoke crane. It let out a cry at the sky and flew forward. Du Qing followed into the distance. With the guidance of this treasure I obtained from the Great Soul Sect, this person won't be able to escape for long. A thunderous rumble echoed across the heavenly bull continent, and a giant vermilion bird made of fire rushed out from the earth. The fire around it caused the world to distort and the earth to dry up as if it could collapse at any moment. On the head of Rosefinch, Wang Lin's white hair fluttered and his eyes shined brightly. It had been half a month since he devoured the earth fire vein soul for the second time. During this time, Wang Lin didn't waste any time and quickly moved forward. Every time he encountered an earth fire vein, he would absorb its soul. During this half a month, 9 earth fire veins had been absorbed by Wang Lin. Adding on the 2 from before, he now had 11 earth fire dragon souls in his fire essence. His fire essence was far stronger than when he was in the cave world. It was more than twice as strong. This shocking change caused Wang Lin's eyes to go red, and he continued to devour like crazy. Wang Lin had long sensed that someone was chasing him. Even though Wang Lin hadn't seen the person chasing him, he clearly knew who it was. This person had to be the strongest person in the Blue Dragon sect, the early-stage void tribulent Du Qing. This matter was not difficult to analyze. Anyone who dared to chase him for so long must be confident in their own cultivation. When Wang Lin first arrived on the immortal astral continent, only the Blue Dragon sect's old ancestor from Kong Ren's memories had this kind of strength. According to Kong Ren's memories, the Blue Dragon sect's ancestor's cultivation level is at the early stage of void tribulent. However, Kong Ren doesn't know if his true cultivation level is at the early stage of void tribulent. Perhaps he really has gone through 9 arcane tribulants and is at the early stage of void tribulant, or perhaps he is still in the middle of an arcane tribulant. Wang Lin naturally wouldn't believe Du Qing's cultivation level just because of Kong Ren's memories. Rosefinch's eyes lit up, and Wang Lin flew off into the distance once more. The more earth-fire veins it devoured, the faster the rosefinch became. Although it was not as fast as the Mosquito King, it was almost as fast as Wang Lin himself. Rosefinch let out a roar and disappeared without a trace. Half a day later, a ray of light arrived and turned into Du Qing. He had chased for half a month and was getting closer and closer to Wang Lin. However, his mood had become more and more gloomy. In the past half a month, he had seen 9 dried-up earth-fire veins. That unimaginable feeling grew stronger and stronger, and the more he chased, the more frightened he became. Gradually, even his earliest thoughts began to waver. Another one. Damn it, how much does this person need to devour before he stops? If he continues to devour like this, how can I chase? How can I dare to continue chasing? Du Qing looked at the dried, earth-fire veins below and felt his scalp go numb. Don't tell me that not only am I unable to defeat him after spending so much effort to catch up to him, but I'll even be injured by him. If that's the case, then my pursuit will become a huge joke. Such a thought occasionally surfaced in Du Qing's mind. After hesitating for a bit, Du Qing let out a roar. He was going all out. If he didn't see his opponent's true cultivation level, he wouldn't be willing to retreat. I claim to be at the early stage of void tribulant, but I have actually gone through 7 arcane tribulants. Even so, with my fire-purple wood body, it is far stronger than ordinary earth cultivators. My body is comparable to the cultivators of the ancient countries. I don't believe I can't defeat him. Even if his cultivation level is similar to mine, his body is weaker than mine. Du Qing seemed to have found his confidence. He moved even faster and charged out under the guidance of the smoke crane. 7 days later, the rosefinch under Wang Lin became even larger. It covered the sky and swept through the earth. During these 6 days, he had absorbed 3 earth-fire veins. The 14 earth-fire veins caused Wang Lin's fire essence to increase greatly. It was now twice as powerful as it was in the cave world. Du Qing, who was chasing, closed in on Wang Lin 1 hour later. When he arrived at the last dried earth-fire vein, his face was slightly pale. The days of chasing were torture he had never experienced before. This kind of torture wasn't on the body, but on the mind. He had seen the earth-fire veins wither again and again, and this feeling was enough to make him go crazy. He would rather not give chase, and he would rather damage his own cultivation to fight his opponent than to continue tormenting him like this. For days later, in another part of the heavenly bull continent, a monstrous rumble echoed and the roar of dragons slowly dissipated. Only the almost endless rosefinch charged out from the ground and into the distance. Half an hour later, Du Qing's figure appeared once more. He stared dumbfoundedly at the earth for a long time. 16. At this moment, Du Qing even suspected that this mysterious person named Wang was formed from the soul of an earth-fire vein. 2 days later, in the northern part of the heavenly bull continent, this place had the most mountains, and they were endless. There was no vegetation here, and they were all black. From a distance, they looked bare, but they gave off an oppressive feeling. There were many cracks on the ground, and a hot aura seemed to exist in the void. This place was originally very remote, and not many cultivators came here. Most of the time, this place was silent, but at this moment, a heaven-shaking roar came from the depths of the mountains. This roar was the roar of the fire dragon's soul. It was different from the roar Wang Lin had heard before. This roar shook the world and was almost corporeal. Not only could he hear it, but all living beings here could hear it. This was no longer the roar of a soul, but a true roar that was powerful enough to form a soul. After devouring the earth-fire vein, this was the first time Wang Lin had encountered a terrifying soul of an earth-fire vein that he couldn't devour. A giant rosefinch flew out from the mountains. Wang Lin stood on the rose finch and suddenly looked back. Behind him, the mountain range shook and the ground within a radius of several 100,000 feet rapidly collapsed. Even the mountain peak shattered, and a huge fire dragon with a head tens of thousands of feet long and a body of unknown length roared ferociously. This fire dragon was clearly a soul, but at this moment, it looked no different from a real one. It was obvious that the branch vein here was far beyond ordinary. This is a child vein, not a branch vein. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He had carefully scanned this place before, and when he saw the state of the soul that had been extracted, he was even more certain of his speculation. A main earth fire vein could have countless branch veins. These branch veins were like the branches of a tree, and they were connected to the main branch. However, a child vein was different. Perhaps a long time ago, a child vein was connected to the main vein, but in the end, they separated and became independent existences. This kind of child vein was like the child vein of the main vein. Aside from the difference in strength, there was no difference between them and the main vein. I don't know how many child veins there are in the heavenly bull continent, but there shouldn't be too many, there should be very few. Devouring a child vein is the same as devouring a large amount of branch veins. Since I've encountered it, there's no reason to let it go. The vermilion bird under Wang Lin let out a roar as it circled in the sky. It turned around and charged at the earth fire dragon soul. The earth fire dragon soul was ferocious, and powerful flames spread out from its body. The flames instantly covered the sky and shrouded the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. Wang Lin and Rosefinch were all inside. The surroundings were blocked, and black smoke came out from the flames. It burned everything that could be breathed, and even the light was distorted. This caused the entire space here to become blurry. Only the giant fire dragon closed in. Its ferocious eyes were filled with violence as it charged toward Wang Lin and Rosefinch. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. Although the child earth fire vein was powerful, equal to a mid-stage arcane void cultivator, it couldn't make Wang Lin retreat. His right hand formed a seal, and he pointed at the fire dragon. 16 earth fire veins in my name, Wang Lin, appear. The moment Wang Lin's words echoed, 16 fire dragons appeared around Rosefinch. These 16 fire dragons roared and surrounded Rosefinch. They were the child earth fire dragon soul. It was also at this moment that a ray of light closed in. Du Qing had finally caught up. From afar, he saw the flames that were like clouds that occupied tens of thousands of leagues. He heard the shocking dragon roar coming from within the flames. At the instant he heard that sound, Du Qing's body shuddered. Cracks immediately appeared on his originally youthful body, and with a flash of dark light, he turned into a purple wooden figurine. The moment he turned into a wood person, fire spread out from his body and surrounded the wood person, but it didn't cause any damage to the wood person. Shockingly, one of Du Qing's essences was the essence of fire. The reason the fire essence had appeared on its own was because the roar of the child earth fire dragon soul represented the fire of the heavenly bull continent. And Du Qing was an essence cultivator recognized by the fire of the heavenly bull continent. If it was an ordinary branch vein, it wouldn't have the power to guide the fire essence in Du Qing's body. However, this child vein was no different from the main vein and could achieve this effect. Du Qing's expression changed. His gaze fell on the cloud like flames in the distance. He could faintly see the 16 fire dragons circling around a vermilion bird. A group of dragons and a vermilion bird were devouring the earth veins. There is also a white-haired man standing on top of the vermilion bird's head. His white robe was extremely eye-catching in the flames. Even though it was only his back view, it gave Du Qing the illusion that he was like a mountain. It's him. Du Qing's eyes lit up. Today was the fifth day, and he was on par with the record. If he updated 3 times tomorrow, he would break the record that Air Jin had written for over 2 years. Tomorrow, Air Jin would update 3 times. Crazy for the monthly votes. Chapter 1811. He is about to devour the earth fire. The earth fire here is different from normal fire, so it won't be easy for him to devour it. Right now is the best time to kill him. Du Qing's eyes were filled with decisiveness. Without hesitation, he charged toward the earth fire. Du Qing saw Wang Lin, and Wang Lin also felt Du Qing outside the cloud of fire. An aura that was infinitely close to void turbulent came from Du Qing. When he turned into a wooden figure, Wang Lin clearly felt this aura. Wang Lin's expression was neutral. He had long known that Du Qing was chasing him, so it was within his expectations that Du Qing would catch up. At this moment, he didn't panic at all and didn't even pay attention to Du Qing. Rose Finch let out a roar, and 16 fire dragons surrounded it as it charged toward the fire dragon formed by the earth fire vein. The two sides weren't far from each other, so they collided in an instant. Even if Du Qing wanted to close in, he was a step too slow. The 16 fire dragons were the first to touch the earth fire vein's dragon soul, and a thunderous rumble echoed. The moment they collided, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pointed at Rose Finch. The 16 fire dragons roared and wrapped around the earth fire vein's dragon soul like chains. From a distance, it looked like the 16 fire dragons were wrapped around the earth fire vein's dragon soul, causing it to struggle and let out deafening roars. At the same time, Rose Finch under Wang Lin's feet charged out and overlapped with the earth fire vein's dragon soul. It began to fuse and devour like crazy. All of this had happened in an instant. In Du Qing's eyes, everything had flowed smoothly and without the slightest hesitation. The earth fire vein's dragon's soul twisted and continued to roar. Its expression was no longer ferocious and was filled with pain. One could faintly see Rose Finch inside its body, and Wang Lin's white hair fluttered as he stood there. Wang Lin raised his left hand, and the 16 fire dragons that had wrapped around the earth fire vein's dragon soul were controlled by his left hand. From a distance, it looked like he had grabbed them. This scene was extremely shocking, enough to make the hearts of all cultivators tremble. At this moment, Wang Lin was surrounded by fire, making him look like the Emperor of Fire. The dragon's soul under his feet seemed to want to submit to him and become his mount. The dragon's roar was heaven-shaking. At this moment, Du Qing shot into the sea of fire like an arrow toward Wang Lin. As Du Qing closed in, Wang Lin looked up. The fire dragon's soul had no choice but to throw its head back and roar because of the chains in Wang Lin's left hand. The dragon's soul seemed to want to tear the world apart, and waves of fire swept out in all directions. At the same time, the endless power of fire erupted from the 16 chains in Wang Lin's left hand and entered Wang Lin's body. Rose Finch's roar also came from the fire dragon's soul under his feet. As Rose Finch roared, the power of fire flowed into Wang Lin's body through the earth fire vein's fire dragon soul. Suddenly, Wang Lin's power of fire shook the heavens and the earth. Raising his right hand, Wang Lin suddenly slapped the void in front of him. This slap contained the power of Wang Lin's fire essence, which had increased several times over. The power of this fire essence was comparable to the power of all of Wang Lin's essences in the cave world. One essence was equal to 7 essences from before. The strengthening of the fire essence was something that had excited Wang Lin a lot along the way. With his slap, the world rumbled and the sea of fire rapidly shrank. It gathered before Wang Lin and fused with the power of fire inside his body to form a giant handprint. This handprint was very clear. It was Wang Lin's right hand. This right hand howled and was 1,000 feet wide. It pushed forward, burning all traces of life as it charged toward Du Qing. Du Qing's pupil shrank, and his right hand formed a seal. The sky around him began to distort and turn into a vortex. As it rotated, a giant wooden arm reached out from the vortex and charged toward Wang Lin's handprint. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When the handprint collided with the wooden arm, the world rumbled and a terrifying shockwave spread out. Wang Lin's handprint collapsed, but the wooden arm formed by Du Qing's spell was also surrounded by the sea of fire and began to burn. Du Qing let out a muffled groan and retreated 3 steps before looking up. He saw that Wang Lin's expression was calm and didn't move at all. However, the fire dragon's body trembled violently and began to collapse on a large scale. It was as if its skin was being torn open. Wang Lin had pushed all of Du Qing's power into the fire dragon. He was borrowing Du Qing's power to seriously injure the fire dragon that he still couldn't devour. The fire dragon let out a miserable scream as it retreated, and its body continued to collapse. Every time a part of its body collapsed, the rosefinch's shadow became even more clear. Du Qing's expression changed, and his eyes became gloomy. He could see that the white-haired cultivator was borrowing his power to devour the earth fire. The moment he looked up, Wang Lin's cold eyes met Du Qing's for the first time. With this first attack, Wang Lin saw through Du Qing's cultivation. This person was definitely not at the early stage of Void Tribulent and was still in the Arcane Tribulent stage. From the looks of it, this attack was stronger than the Sovereign's, but couldn't compare to the 7-Color Taoist or Old Devil Jean. Wang Lin could see through Du Qing's cultivation, but Du Qing couldn't see through Wang Lin's cultivation. Judging from his aura, this person is at most at the peak of Spirit Void and hasn't reached the Arcane Void stage. However, it is impossible for such a cultivator to withstand my spell or devour the earth fire. His body should have collapsed under my spell, but his expression hasn't changed at all. Also, most of his power has been transferred to the dragon's soul, so I can't see through his true cultivation. However, I don't believe he is only at the peak of Spirit Void. This person must be hiding his cultivation, or else he wouldn't have been able to escape from the Blue Dragon sect. The moment the two of them looked at each other, they had different speculations. Du Qing was a cautious person, and the things he had encountered along the way made him hesitate. After retreating, his eyes lit up and he stared at Wang Lin. He no longer acted rashly. "Who are you? Why did you destroy my Blue Dragon sect? If you don't give me an explanation, then you can stay here today." Du Qing's voice was cold, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. "Your Blue Dragon sect disciples wanted to refine Wang Lin into a puppet. Wang only destroyed your sect and didn't kill a single person. That is already giving you some leeway." The chain formed by the 16 fire dragons in Wang Lin's left hand trembled. The dragon's soul under the earth fire vein let out a mournful roar, and more of its body collapsed. The shadow of Rosefinch continued to overlap inside its body as if it could devour it at any time. When Du Qing saw this, Yuntian's body began to distort, as if he were going to turn back into a wooden statue. The roar of the dragon's soul from the child vein stirred the fire essence within him. "What a joke! You killed thousands of my Blue Dragon sect disciples, and you say you didn't kill a single person." Du Qing sneered as he stared at the fire dragon's soul under Wang Lin. He began to hesitate again. Wang Lin gave him a very mysterious feeling, and the things he had seen along the way made Du Qing no longer feel 100% confident. Hearing Du Qing's words, Wang Lin no longer spoke. He stood on the fire dragon and continued to control the fire essence to devour the fire dragon's soul. After a brief moment of silence, the fire dragon's soul let out a shrill and anxious roar, and the flames on Du Qing's body burst forth. These flames appeared out of his control, and the coldness in Du Qing's eyes became even stronger. At this moment, the earth fire was calling out to him, and if he still didn't act, the fire essence in his body would reject him. "Are you out of words? Then give me an explanation." Without hesitation, Du Qing charged toward Wang Lin. The moment he closed in, Wang Lin sneered and pointed at the sky. The sky rumbled and the clouds churned. A giant palm appeared out of thin air. It was the War Spirit print. The moment this print appeared, the world changed colors, and it charged toward Du Qing. The instant Du Qing saw the palm, his expression changed drastically. "World Sect's palm print, War Spirit print. You're from the Soul Cloud Continent's World Sect." Hearing Du Qing's words, Wang Lin's heart trembled. His eyes lit up, and the moment the War Spirit print appeared, his right hand formed a seal, and he pointed at the sky once more. A seven-colored light instantly gathered before Wang Lin and shrouded the area. The seven-colored light condensed into a seven-colored spear. The moment the spear appeared, Du Qing's pupils shrank, and he revealed a look of horror. He no longer moved forward and retreated several steps. Donglin sect's seven-colored spell. Are you from the World Sect or a disciple of the Donglin sect? What do you think? After using two different spells, Wang Lin's right hand formed a fist, and millions of restrictions flew into the sky. The world suddenly changed, and a giant, ancient umbrella appeared before Du Qing. Du Qing's body trembled, and he revealed a look of disbelief. He subconsciously retreated a few steps and looked at Wang Lin with deep dread in his eyes. Immortal astral continents, 72 continents, appointed by the Celestial Emperor, the strongest three Dao sect. Free Cloud sect's secret spell, realm-burning umbrella. Du Qing's face was pale. Wang Lin's spells shocked him one after another. At this moment, his scalp went numb. He didn't think that Wang Lin had secretly learned them. These spells looked very authentic and couldn't be stolen. Who the hell are you? Jin couldn't hold on anymore. Today's update would be late. Chapter 1812. Du Qing had cultivated for many years and had experienced many things. His body was made of wood, so he had seen through all kinds of strange things. Few things could shock him so much. However, the white-haired cultivator in front of him gave Du Qing a feeling of shock and numbness in his scalp. First, he saw the dried-up earth fire veins. Then he caught up to Du Qing and saw the spells from the World Sect, Donglin Sect, and Free Cloud Sect. All of this made it impossible for Du Qing to determine Wang Lin's identity and origin. From his point of view, Wang Lin was shrouded in mystery, and if he lifted one layer, there would be countless more layers. Either he really stole the spells, or he joined a sect and learned those spells that aren't passed down, or he has a very deep background. He can obtain the spells of those sects. Du Qing's face was pale as he retreated. Countless thoughts appeared in his mind. If it's the former, then this person is very cunning and good at hiding. His cultivation level is definitely not what it looks like right now, and he must have a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Although this person is difficult to deal with, there should be no problems if I kill him. But if it's the latter, Du Qing's pupils shrank. If it's the latter, then I can't provoke him. To be able to get the Donglin sect and the World sect to give him spells is already difficult. But compared to the three great Dao sects appointed by the Celestial Emperor, to be able to get the Free Cloud sect to teach the realm-burning umbrella, this is too terrifying. What kind of background can do this? Du Qing thought of a guess, and his face became even more pale. Although Du Qing hid the shock on his face, Wang Lin could still see some of it. He was standing on a fire dragon soul, and it would take some time for him to absorb the fire. Although he wasn't afraid of being disturbed during this time, if he could calm down and absorb the fire, the effect would be better. He originally thought he would have to fight a fierce battle with Du Qing, but now it looked like he wouldn't need to fight too intensely to make Du Qing leave. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he stood on the head of the fire dragon. As he absorbed the fire essence, he slowly said, "Do you still want to fight, Wang?" His majestic voice echoed across the world. The second possibility shouldn't be too high. This person might only know these three sex techniques, and he might have used them in front of me just to scare me away. This should be his limit. Du Qing had practiced cultivation for many years, so how could he change his mind so easily? When he heard Wang Lin's words, he let out a long howl. With a sway of his body, he charged straight at Wang Lin. His body flickered and twisted, revealing his purple wood body. Flames spread out from his body and surrounded him. From afar, it was quite shocking. I refuse to believe that you have a fourth major sect technique. As Du Qing's words echoed out and he closed in, Wang Lin began to laugh loudly. When his laughter entered Du Qing's ears, it seemed to be filled with mockery, causing Du Qing's heart to tremble. Wang Lin sat on the chain formed by the 16 fire dragons, raised his right hand and waved it at the sky. The entire world was immediately filled with the whistling of a black wind. Roars came from within the black wind, and 13 black dragons appeared, shuttling through the black wind. At the same time, the 13 black dragons opened their mouths, and a gust of destructive wind blew over. The wind contained countless raindrops that moved with the wind, and it was as if the king of dragons was summoning rain. If that was all there was to it, it would not be surprising. However, every single drop of rain emitted a dazzling light as they descended. The raindrops turned into illusionary souls. Every single soul let out a mournful roar as they charged towards Du Qing from all directions. Call the wind, summon the rain, magic arsenal, shatter the earth, collapse the mountains. Wang Lin's voice was cold. The earth rumbled, and large cracks appeared in the air. Illusory volcanoes appeared on the land that contained the earth fire vein. The volcanoes erupted with black smoke and endless lava. Cloudy moon, clear sky. Wang Lin growled and raised his right hand to point at the sky. A bright moon suddenly appeared in the sky that was covered by the black wind. It was daytime, so the appearance of the moon was extremely strange. The moment the moon appeared, Wang Lin's finger fell and pointed at the incoming Du Qing. Suddenly, a mark of the moon appeared on Du Qing's face and spread rapidly. How about this technique? Wang Lin waved his sleeves as if he was high above the fire dragon. He looked down at Du Qing, whose face was pale and shocked once more. In Moon's sect. In Moon's secret technique. Du Qing's mind felt like it was collapsing with thunder. The Yin Moon sect was also one of the 9 sects of the Eastern State, Shi San's sect. Du Qing raised his head and his eyes were red. He had been shocked by Wang Lin's successive techniques, but if he were to retreat now, he wouldn't have the face to do so after chasing for so long. Up until now, he had only made one move. So what if you have a lot of techniques from other sects? Your cultivation level is definitely not as high as mine. Otherwise, you wouldn't have used this method to try to stop me. The more you do this, the more afraid you are to attack. Du Qing roared. He had never been in such a difficult situation in his life, but now he was ready to risk it all. He suppressed the shock in his heart and moved forward. He raised his right hand, and the flames on his body roared and gathered on his right hand. A large amount of purple gas came out of his wooden body and charged at Wang Lin. The old man's cultivation depends on himself. Although I don't have as many techniques as you, I have 3 essences. The old man has 3 essences to resist the arcane tribulations. How can I be scared off by someone with only 1 fire essence? The old man wants to see how many essences you have with your arrogance. Du Qing's roar was heaven-shaking. The fire on his right hand was charged by the purple gas from his body and turned into a purple fire that lit up the entire world. A heat wave surrounded Du Qing's body as he walked toward Wang Lin. Origin of Earth. As Du Qing moved forward, he waved his left hand at the earth below him. The earth that was filled with cracks began to tremble in a strange manner. Specks of light that looked like yellow sand floated out and gathered before Du Qing's left hand, turning into a cloud of smoke-like yellow mist. This mist contained the dense aura of the earth essence. When this aura spread out, it caused the earth to distort. It was as if the surroundings had turned into a desert. Weight essence. Du Qing let out a roar at the sky. The reason he was able to become an arcane void cultivator and pass through several arcane tribulations was not only because of his body, but also because of his comprehension of the weight essence. The reason he was sheltered in the Great Soul Sect was also related to this weight essence. The weight essence allowed one to comprehend the weight of everything in the world, from a small grain of sand to a large piece of land, and even further, one had to comprehend the changes in weight. One could control it and change it at will. This weight essence was rare on the immortal astral continent, and it often required special talent to comprehend it. Du Qing originally didn't have this qualification, but his wooden body contained a trace of the weight essence, which allowed him to slowly comprehend it. The moment this essence appeared, it was invisible, but it made the purple fire in Du Qing's right hand seem to gain weight. Since ancient times, there have been two different understandings of fire on the immortal astral continent. The main point was whether fire had weight or not. One side believed that it did exist, while the other side believed that fire was only a phenomenon and shouldn't have weight. Even now, no one was able to determine if this understanding was correct or not. However, in terms of spells, there was no problem. Du Qing had used his weight essence to add weight to the fire. As a result, the power of the fire had increased countless fold. At the same time, under the effect of the heavy origin, the mist ball of earth origin in his left hand looked as if Du Qing was holding a continent in his hand. Although all of this sounds slow, it happened in the blink of an eye. After using all three essences, Du Qing was like a celestial as he charged at Wang Lin. No matter who you are, die for the old man. Wang Lin stood on the head of the fire dragon, and his pupils shrank. The fire dragon let out a roar and retreated uncontrollably. At the same time, the spells Wang Lin had used all shot toward Du Qing. The seven-colored lance, the war spirit print, the realm-burning umbrella, and the dark moon-clear skies. These four top spells on the immortal astral continent all erupted with the strongest power Wang Lin could display. Due to the existence of the fire dragon, Wang Lin seemed to be connected to it. With the help of the fire dragon, Wang Lin could battle Du Qing. He had even sealed the sovereign and even dared to attack the old devil Zhan and the seven-colored Taoist. How could he be afraid of a mere Du Qing? If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin couldn't open all of his storage space, the EC puppet would have easily defeated Du Qing. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Du Qing's cultivation level was too high, and he had used three essences. Although he didn't use any spells, those essences were his strongest spells. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Wang Lin's four spells all collapsed. However, the remnants of Du Qing's essences still pressed down on Wang Lin. The fire dragon under Wang Lin could no longer withstand it, and it let out a miserable scream before collapsing. The collapse of the fire dragon formed a giant fireball that surrounded Wang Lin. Du Qing rushed out from the impact of the four spells collapsing and was about to give Wang Lin a fatal blow. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's voice came from the fireball. Do you think I only have one essence? Do you think your three essences are a lot? If someone else had said this, Du Qing would have ignored them. But when Wang Lin said it, Du Qing's mind trembled for some reason. Second night, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 1813. The collapse of the fire dragon's soul from the earth fire vein turned into a giant fireball that covered Wang Lin's body. Outside the fireball, 16 fire dragons roared and surrounded the giant fireball. One could vaguely see the figure of Rosefinch inside the fireball. From a distance, the fireball looked like an egg, and there seemed to be a shocking change inside. As Wang Lin's voice echoed, the side of the fireball that was facing Du Qing began to distort and soon formed a face. It was a cold face, and it belonged to Wang Lin. Wang Lin coldly looked at Du Qing and slowly said, "Just three essences. Thunder essence, appear. Just three origin essences. Origin of lightning, come out." The moment Wang Lin spoke, the world rumbled and the thunder mark in his right eye flew out. It turned into a bolt of thunder and descended. The moment this thunder appeared, the world changed colors. It was as if countless bolts of thunder had appeared in the sky and were charging toward this place from all directions. These bolts of thunder contained the might of the world, and as they closed in, a giant, illusionary chariot appeared. The chariot looked like it was made of bronze, but it contained the might of thunder. There were also 6 giant bolts of lightning connected to the chariot, as if they were pulling it forward. There seemed to be a blurry figure standing on the thunder chariot. This figure was wearing a green cloak, so it was impossible to see his appearance. This is the Thunder Emperor chariot with a thunder essence. Only by cultivating the thunder essence to an extremely deep level can this kind of thunder change appear. This person, not only does he have the fire essence, but he also has the thunder essence. Du Qing's expression became serious. He wasn't surprised that Wang Lin had two essences, but what shocked him was that the moment the thunder essence appeared, it caused the thunder to change. Life and death essence, come out. Wang Lin's face appeared on the huge fireball and spoke again. As soon as the words left his mouth, a strand of white mist descended from the thunder in the sky. The ground quaked as a strand of black mist appeared. The black and white mist swirled together, transforming into a vortex that floated in front of Wang Lin. Bursts of life and death auras spread out from the vortex. Wang Lin had already tested that the ethereal essence wouldn't change on the immortal astral continent. Now that the life and death essence appeared, it gave off bursts of life and death aura. These two auras that couldn't coexist perfectly fused together. Void essence. This person is the same as me, two corporeal and one false. Du Qing's expression immediately turned ugly. This was already the limit of his expectations. He had originally thought that one of Wang Lin's attacks was real while the other was fake. Could it be that you are so arrogant? So it turns out that you have three essences. But even if it's three, Du Qing growled. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Wang Lin. Three essences. Karma essence, true and false essence. Come out for me. Wang Lin's words caused Du Qing's expression to change greatly. His heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He saw two more giant vortexes appear before Wang Lin. One of the vortexes rapidly changed between being real and illusory. Du Qing glanced at it and felt as if his mind was being sucked into an illusion. This sudden change caused him to suck in a deep breath. The other essence contained karma. This karma was a grand Tao and was extremely complex. It was completely chaotic and impossible to see through. Just like karma, it was impossible to see through the changes. Three ethereal essences. This person has such luck to obtain three ethereal essences. Du Qing's eyes were filled with shock, and he subconsciously retreated a few steps. Even the earth and fire essences in his hands seemed to dim. Three ethereal, two corporeal. What kind of talent does this person have to have five essences? Even in the Great Soul sect, I have never heard of this. Du Qing recalled what he had said before. Three essences were indeed nothing to Wang Lin. Du Qing was shocked once more, but he still clenched his teeth and roared. So what if you have five essences? More essences doesn't mean you are strong. Five essences? Slaughter essence, appear. A crack appeared between the eyebrows of Wang Lin's face on the fireball, and a cold killing intent rushed out. This killing intent was extremely powerful, and the moment it appeared, red snowflakes fell from the sky. The snowflakes covered the earth in snow. Under the killing intent, Du Qing retreated a few more steps. When he looked at Wang Lin, his gaze was no longer filled with shock, but terror. Slaughter essence. It's actually the slaughter essence. You actually have the slaughter essence. Du Qing almost let out a scream. On the immortal astral continent, the slaughter essence was even rarer than the weight essence. Even just one of these essences was enough to dominate the continent. To form the slaughter essence, one's hands were stained with blood, and they had killed countless lives. At least this was what Du Qing thought. Damn it, he actually has the slaughter essence. How many people has he killed? This is a peerless fiend. Restriction essence, appear for me. Wang Lin's words were like a heavy punch that landed on Du Qing's body. Du Qing continued to retreat until he retreated hundreds of feet. He saw that Wang Lin's eyes were filled with bloodlines. These bloodlines shrouded the area and formed a restriction. An aura of the origin of forbidding formations burst out. 7 essences. Not 6 essences, but 1. Du Qing retreated once more as he looked at the 7 essences floating between him and Wang Lin. His scalp went numb and his mind rumbled. Wang Lin had shocked him too much. However, compared to before, the shock he felt right now was even more shocking. The thought of immediately turning around and escaping appeared in his mind. To have 7 essences, to have a large amount of spells from powerful sects, to be able to forcibly absorb the earth fire vein and summon thunder. Such a person can't be provoked. It wasn't that his cultivation level wasn't high enough, but when facing Wang Lin, Du Qing didn't know how many more shocking things Wang Lin had done and how many more powerful moves he hadn't used. In particular, those 2 attacks hadn't injured Wang Lin at all. As a result, even if Wang Lin's cultivation level wasn't as high as his, it wasn't too far off. Under such circumstances, coupled with how mysterious Wang Lin was, with how cautious Du Qing was, how could he fight? So what if you have 7 essences? Do you dare to come out and fight me to your heart's content? Du Qing gritted his teeth. Even if he wanted to escape, he still had to say something to keep up appearances. Otherwise, this pursuit would be far too embarrassing. You really want to fight? The eyes of Wang Lin's illusory face flickered. As soon as the words left his mouth, a terrifying pressure exploded out from within the fireball. The pressure was shocking, and as soon as it spread out, the terror in Du Qing's eyes increased. Without hesitation, he retreated madly. What he saw was the face of Wang Lin within the fireball, twisting and blurring as rays of golden light shot out. The golden light spread out for tens of thousands of meters, like a blazing sun. Deep within the golden light was a golden seal the size of a head. It slowly floated out from within the fireball. As it appeared, the golden light rapidly shone and enveloped the entire world. The golden light gave off the power of a pure celestial bloodline, and there was another aura that almost made Du Qing's soul scatter. It shocked him to the core. That aura came from the golden seal. Although there wasn't much, it was enough to split the world. It was enough to make anyone who felt it and understand its meaning go crazy from terror. Grand Empyrean. Blood flowed out from the corner of Du Qing's mouth, and he quickly retreated. The shock the seal brought him immediately injured his mind. He could tell at a glance that this seal was formed by a Grand Empyrean using a spell to materialize a spell. The strength of such a treasure was only secondary. Its true use was to shock all life. Not to mention him, even the Great Soul Sect, the Gue-E sect, and all the powerful sects in the Heavenly Bull Continent would tremble when they saw the golden seal and felt the aura of a Grand Empyrean. They would all feel terror toward the person who owned the golden seal. Because after a Grand Empyrean materialized this treasure, unless it was personally gifted to someone else, it would immediately collapse. This was common knowledge on the immortal astral continent. On the immortal astral continent, treasures that shouldn't exist and would only appear after being materialized by the 9 Grand Empyreans were gifted to their closest disciples. This was to tell everyone that no one could touch this person. With Du Qing's cultivation level, he couldn't tell which Grand Empyrean this aura belonged to. He hadn't even been qualified to see any of the 9 suns in the immortal astral continent. However, this aura that made him tremble in fear, this aura was far stronger than any other Grand Empyrean he had ever seen. Du Qing coughed out a mouthful of blood and looked at Wang Lin with resentment in his eyes. He roared, "Damn it! If you had such a treasure, you should have taken it out earlier. If you had taken it out earlier, who would chase you? Even if you slaughtered the entire Blue Dragon sect, I'd pretend I didn't see it. You are cheating me. You are too stubborn. There is no one like you." Even Wang Lin was startled by Du Qing's performance. He didn't expect this golden seal to have such shocking power. It was enough to make Du Qing cough out blood and say such words without caring about his status. I finally broke the record. 6 days in a row, a total of 54,000 words. I'm exhausted. Let me ask again if I can vote for monthly votes. I have to fight for monthly votes in the 19th month for the glory of the year and for my own future. I hope fellow cultivator understands. This book was provided by the Cloud Book City. The author is Air Jin 6 days of persistence to ask for monthly votes. Jin used his actions to prove his promise of 80 to 85 words this month. 18 words in 6 days wasn't much, but for Jin, it was a lot. This was a record. Today I exceeded my limit, so I'm very happy. I hope Wang Yu's votes can make me happy. Thank you. Chapter 1814. This golden print has such an effect. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he inhaled. The golden print turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared into the mouth of Wang Lin's face on the fireball. When the golden print disappeared, the golden light dissipated. Wang Lin put away the golden print and slowly said, "I won't send you off." It wasn't until he saw the golden print disappear that Du Qing let out a sigh of relief. He retreated a few steps and was about to leave. He had chased Wang Lin the entire way and was shocked by the grand Empyrean aura on the golden print. He had long given up all thoughts of fighting and wished he could leave immediately. What a scam. This is too much a scam. Du Qing was very depressed. After retreating 1,000 feet, his expression changed and he stopped. He looked at Wang Lin, who was surrounded by the fireball. This person's background is extremely powerful, and he has a treasure given by a grand Empyrean. It is my fortune to meet such a person. I'm confused. How can I just leave like this? If I can get guidance from that grand Empyrean through him, my cultivation level will definitely increase. Once I follow him and have this kind of background, I won't have to worry about the Great Soul Sect anymore. I won't have to send any good treasures to the Great Soul Sect. Thinking about this, Du Qing's depression disappeared, and he became excited. That's right, this is the opportunity countless cultivators dream of. If the other sects of the Heavenly Bull Continent find out that this person has a treasure given by a grand Empyrean, they will go crazy and immediately invite him as an honored guest to fulfill all of his requirements. The heavens have eyes. My fortune has come. Right now, it is likely that only I know his identity, and I can't let anyone else know. I have to take all the benefits. I just don't know which Grand Empyrean is behind him. No matter which one it is, it doesn't matter. Du Qing's wooden body originally had no heart, but he could still faintly hear the sound of his heart pounding. Ha! This is a great fortune. This is a great fortune. Du Qing's eyes shined as he looked at the fireball Wang Lin was in. He took a deep breath and quickly clasped his hands. Then he squeezed out a smile. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Fellow cultivator, this is a misunderstanding. I thought that the Blue Dragon sect was too dilapidated and wanted to rebuild it. It just so happened that fellow Taoist helped at this time. I am very grateful for this, so I chased after you to thank you. Du Qing didn't even blink as he spoke without thinking. Oh, Wang Lin looked at Du Qing with a smile that wasn't a smile, as if he had seen through Du Qing's thoughts. Fellow Taoist, you are currently devouring the flames. This is an important matter, so how can I leave? Fellow Taoist, don't worry. With me protecting you, I won't let anyone step into this place. Du Qing wasn't embarrassed at all when Wang Lin looked at him. Instead, he was worried that Wang Lin wouldn't believe him. He immediately pointed at the sky with a serious expression and spoke once more. With the law of the immortal astral continent above, I'll protect fellow cultivator today. If I have any malicious intent, I'll be destroyed by divine thunder. My Tao will collapse, and my soul will dissipate. With that, a red rune appeared in Du Qing's right hand. The rune flickered, containing Du Qing's oath. It turned into a red light that shot into the sky and disappeared without a trace. This was the oath symbol of the immortal astral continent. Once it was used, very few people would disobey it. The law of the immortal astral continent could act as a witness. Wang Lin meaningfully looked at Du Qing and slowly said, "Fine, since you have a heart, I'll give you a chance to protect me." When Du Qing heard this, he immediately became excited. He was worried that the misunderstanding from before would cause Wang Lin to be cautious and disgusted. Once this happened, he would never have a chance to get close to Wang Lin, and there would be no chance of obtaining a great fortune. Hearing that Wang Lin had agreed to protect him, Du Qing quickly became spirited. His expression was extremely serious as he nodded at Wang Lin. Wang Daoyu, rest assured, this old man will risk his life to ensure fellow cultivators' safety. With that, he took a few steps back and appeared several thousand feet away. He sat down in the sky, and his divine sense spread out. However, there was no trace of Du Qing's divine sense in the area around Wang Lin. He was obviously doing this to reassure Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral. Du Qing didn't hide his thoughts and clearly revealed them. Wang Lin could naturally see that Du Qing was shocked by the golden print and wanted to curry favor with Wang Lin. Du Qing's goal was the Grand Empyrean who made the golden print. This is also good. I've just arrived on the immortal astral continent, so there are many things I can't learn through soul search. I need someone like this around. Also, he came to me of his own accord, and I didn't ask for it. As a result, if he wants something, I'll have the initiative. Wang Lin sneered in his heart and closed his eyes. His face slowly disappeared from the giant fireball. Du Qing strictly obeyed his oath and was on guard against his surroundings. He had made up his mind to use this opportunity to show off and offset the unhappiness from before. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. During these 3 days, Wang Lin had left a sliver of his divine sense outside to guard against Du Qing. At the same time, his body was rapidly absorbing the fire essence inside the fireball. This fireball was formed by a child vein and not a branch vein, so its absorption was naturally slow. It also contained the power of the fire essence, so it was extremely powerful. There seemed to be law within it as well. This law was the will of fire. Wang Lin not only wanted to devour the fire essence, but also its will. During these 3 days, the 16 fire dragons outside the fireball disappeared one by one, fused with the fireball. Gradually, a will of fire spread out from the fireball. Du Qing was the first to sense it. His expression turned serious as he glanced at the fireball without saying anything. On the morning of the 5th day, the sun rose and light shrouded the area. The moment the darkness was dispelled, the fireball that Wang Lin was in released a heaven-shaking rumble. This rumble was extremely violent, and the fireball rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it was only 100 feet wide. The fire inside was distorted, and one could faintly see Wang Lin's figure. There seemed to be a rosefinch circling around Wang Lin. Cries of vermilion birds spread out from the fireball, and as they reverberated in the world, the fireball shrank once more. This time, it did not shrink quickly, and it took several hours before it shrank to a size of 70 feet. However, there was a will of fire erupting from this 70-foot fireball. This will shrouded the world and seemed to want to contend with the will of the earth fire vein. It was as if 2 wills of fire had appeared on the heavenly bull continent. This feeling was very strange. One of these 2 wills was the earth fire vein that existed on the heavenly bull continent, and the other was the 70-foot fireball Du Qing was looking at. He is indeed worthy of being given a treasure by the Grand Empyrean. His fire essence can actually resist the will of the earth fire. Du Qing looked at the 70-foot fireball and took a deep breath. Just at this moment, the fireball rumbled violently once more and shrank like crazy. From 70 feet, it shrank to 30 feet. Wang Lin's figure flickered, and he walked out from the 30-foot fireball. His white hair fluttered as Wang Lin sat down next to the fireball. His expression was very serious as his hands formed a seal, and he pointed at the fireball. With this, the roar of rosefinch inside the fireball was heaven-shaking. One could vaguely see the fireball shrink once more until it was only 10 feet wide. Within this 10-foot fireball, one could see a much smaller version of rosefinch rapidly rotating inside, and the roar of rosefinch continued to spread out. This scene caused Du Qing's eyes to reveal a strange light. He looked at the 10-foot fireball, and a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. This rosefinch is his fire essence body. Now he has sent all the essence power of the earth fire vein into Rosefinch's body. Could it be? Thinking about this, Du Qing's eyes widened and were filled with terror once more. Could it be that he wants to form his essence true body? Du Qing gasped and the terror in his eyes became even stronger. Once the essence appears, one can enter the third step, the void realm. One can absorb the might of the world with the essence and become invincible. Corporeal essences are often easy to obtain, but if one wants to reach the arcane void stage, they must personally comprehend the changes in the ethereal essence. The more essences one has, the stronger one becomes. This is something that all cultivators on the immortal astral continent know. Furthermore, quintessence was also divided into different levels. From the initial appearance of quintessence to the condensation of quintessence artifacts, all the way to the completion of quintessence, one had to go through them one by one. However, legend had it that there were some geniuses who could push their quintessence to the completion of quintessence and strengthen it once more, finally condensing in quintessence true body. This essence true body is very rare, and once it appears, it is terrifyingly powerful. In my life, I have only seen a soul essence true body from the great soul sex ancestor, and I have never seen a second. This Wang Daoyu, is he really forming an essence true body? Du Qing looked at Wang Lin with disbelief in his eyes. On the immortal astral continent, among the 36 countries of the ancient country, the ancient Dao occupied 12 countries. The Sky Country was where the ancient Dao royal family was located. In the Sky Country, there was a place with green mountains and rivers. Leaves fluttered in the wind, and the sound of the river flowing could be heard. Deep within the leaves, one could vaguely see a towering green altar. The altar gave off an ancient aura, and there was a young man in black sitting on it. He looked young, but in truth he gave off the feeling that he had lived for countless years, as if he had lived for a very, very long time. He was Xian Luo. The moment Wang Lin took out the golden print in the heavenly bull continent, Xian Luo, who had chosen to go into closed-door cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. He came. Xian Luo smiled. He knew that the disciple he had chosen wouldn't die in the void and would come to the immortal astral continent. Chapter 1815. With my golden print, even if he is in the celestial clan, he should be fine. Since he is here, there is no need to rush to pick him up. After tempering himself, this child's future will be even more limitless. Xian Luo pondered a bit and didn't go to the celestial clan. After all, with his identity, if he went to the celestial clan many times, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Just like how if the celestial clan's Grand Empyreans kept coming, they would be driven away or even besieged. During the trip to the celestial clan, although Xian Luo had left, he still had some injuries, so he went into closed-door cultivation. Another reason he chose to go into closed-door cultivation was because he regretted not being able to see Wang Lin. Now that his heart disease was gone, his injuries were no longer a problem. Disciple Wang Lin, the immortal astral continent is your home, and the ancient Dao is your hometown. Teacher will wait for your return. Xian Luo revealed a kind smile as he slowly closed his eyes and immersed himself in cultivating. In the heavenly bull continent, where Du Qing was guarding, Wang Lin was sitting next to the fireball. His hands continued to form seals, and he sent them into the fireball. This made the rose finch inside the fireball even more clear, and his roar became even louder. Essence true body condense. Several hours later, as the rose finch inside the fireball rotated faster and faster, and the little coming from the fireball became even more clear, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and let out a roar. When this shout landed in Du Qing's ears, it was like the roar of thunder. He abruptly stood up from his cross-legged position, and the shock in his eyes was already indescribable. It really is an essence true body. He is really condensing his essence true body. The moment Wang Lin spoke, the fireball rumbled and the rotating rose finch inside suddenly stopped. A large amount of feathers on Rose Finch's tail began to burn. There was a flash of red light, and a pair of human legs appeared. It was as if his true body was slowly forming. Du Qing personally witnessed this scene. His eyes were wide open, and his expression was blank. This was the first time he had personally witnessed the formation of an essence true body. Such a scene was enough to give him a great fortune, and it could even open a path for his future cultivation. This path was originally blurry, but at this moment, it had become increasingly clear. Real body. This was the real body. I saw the entire process. This kind of thing is extremely rare in the world, but Du Qing saw it. Du Qing's eyes were filled with excitement. He hadn't reached the early stage of void tribulant and was still in the 7th arcane tribulant. He didn't dare to go through the 8th and 9th arcane tribulants as he wasn't confident he could pass them. What he was seeing now would be a great help to his origin. This scene looked simple, but in truth, the pressure Wang Lin was under was monstrous. Sweat appeared on his forehead, and the moment the sweat appeared, it turned into water vapor that surrounded his body. It was as if he was hiding inside the mist, appearing and disappearing in and out of sight. His fire essence wasn't enough to form an essence true body, but he had absorbed the 16 branches of the heavenly bull continent and the fire soul of a child vein. He had also absorbed the will of fire from the child vein. All of this allowed Wang Lin's fire essence to gain its own will. This allowed his will to compete with the fire of the heavenly bull continent for control of the fire of the world. These various changes and strengthening caused Wang Lin to have the idea of forming an essence true body. However, forming an essence true body was extremely difficult. At this moment, Wang Lin tried his best and could only form a pair of legs. As time passed, the fireball slowly dimmed, and the flames showed signs of extinguishing. The vermilion bird with 4 limbs was motionless, but it was slowly withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was caused by not having enough fire essence. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he charged toward the earth below. He landed on a mountain and mercilessly pressed down on the ground. With this, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out from his right hand and fused with the earth. It spread out like crazy, thousands of kilometers, tens of thousands of kilometers, hundreds of thousands of kilometers, millions of kilometers, tens of millions of kilometers, until it was endless. This was the first time Wang Lin had spread out his divine sense like this on the immortal astral continent and covered such a large area. Even so, Wang Lin's divine sense only covered less than 10% of the entire heavenly bull continent, not even half of it. However, this area was infinitely close to the size of the entire cave world. Within this area, there were a total of 172 branch earth fire veins and 2 child earth fire veins. Pull out the souls of the 112 branch earth fire veins for me. Wang Lin let out a roar, and his right hand suddenly rose from the earth. As he raised his hand, the world rumbled and the earth trembled. All the branch earth fire veins within the range of Wang Lin's divine sense trembled. If this scene was seen from the sky with great divine abilities, one could clearly see mountains collapsing in a boundless area, and the dragon souls of the earth fire veins rushing away. Large amounts of cracks appeared on the plains as magma erupted and the dragon's souls charged out. As for the rivers, they instantly dried up. They cracked and collapsed, and numerous dragon souls danced in the air. In all directions, a total of 172 branch earth fire dragon souls rushed out and roared in the sky. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see their bodies. Only some powerful cultivators could feel them. At this moment, the 172 dragon souls seemed to be pulled by a powerful suction force toward Wang Lin from all directions. The dragons danced, and their speed was far faster than cultivators. It was as if they had used spatial bending and appeared in the sky where Wang Lin and Du Qing were. Du Qing was dumbfounded. He looked at this and seemed to forget to breathe. He saw the dragon souls roar ferociously as if they wanted to resist, but in the end, they couldn't break free from the will of fire. They had no choice but to charge into the fireball above Wang Lin that was about to extinguish. Under the control of this will, they closed in. This was something that Wang Lin had gained after absorbing the child vein. It was the will of his own essence of fire, and with the exception of the main vein, all of the subsidiary veins and child veins were under the control of this will. A thunderous rumble shook the heavens and the earth. The 172 Earth Fire Dragon souls charged into the fireball, causing it to burn even more fiercely. The vermilion bird, which had transformed into its true body, let out a heaven-shaking cry once again. The roar was filled with joy as he rapidly absorbed the essence power of the 170 dragon souls. As he absorbed, Rosefinch's wings slowly transformed into hands filled with flame seals. For limbs appeared, only his body and head were left. Then, Wang Lin's essence fire true body could be completely formed. Du Qing backed up. Although he was an outsider, he could sense how difficult it was to form a true body. Even with such boundless essence power, he still hadn't formed a true body. This scene terrified him. No wonder the essence true body is so rare. It is too difficult to form a true body, and the further one goes, the more difficult it becomes. Only like this can it show how shocking an essence true body is. This person has 7 essences. If all 7 essences form a true body, then this person... Du Qing sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't dare to imagine it. Wang Lin was panting on the mountain peak. He looked up at the 3-meter fireball. Rosefinch had already formed the limbs of his true body, but it was still a long way from perfection. 2 child vein dragon souls. Extract them for me. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and pressed his hands on the earth. The earth moved like waves and thunderous rumbles echoed. At the same time, within the range of his divine sense, 2 extremely powerful roars came from 2 different directions. To the east of Wang Lin, there was a snowy mountain that hadn't melted for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, the mountain trembled and the snow melted into waves that rushed toward the earth. However, before the waves could flow far, they turned into white gas. Inside the white gas was the soul of a child earth fire vein. It let out a roar and charged toward where Wang Lin was. To the west of Wang Lin was an inland sea surrounded by the heavenly bull continent. Deep under the sea, there was an underground mountain range. This mountain range looked like a dragon. At that moment, the mountain rumbled and the seawater turned into a gigantic vortex. As it spun rapidly, the mountain trembled and waves surged into the sky from the surface of the sea. A ripple of a soul spread out from the mountain, and an endless amount of seawater gathered together to turn into a sea dragon that charged out of the sea. This sea dragon seemed to have nothing to do with fire, but in truth, each drop of seawater contained an endless amount of fire essence. As the sea dragon rose into the air, its body trembled, and the blue seawater instantly turned red. It had turned into lava. This lava dragon let out a roar as it charged toward the world Wang Lin was in. Although all of this sounds slow, it all happened in an instant. The moment Wang Lin raised his hand from the earth, roars came from the east and west. The 2 child dragon veins closed in. It was as if the sky had been burned, leaving 2 long marks. The ferociousness of the 2 dragon souls caused Du Qing's expression to change greatly. Wang Lin raised his head and his eyes shined brightly. He jumped into the air and charged at the 2 dragon souls. Du Qing, I'll give you a chance to hold back one of the dragon souls for half an hour. As Wang Lin spoke, he charged at the lava dragon formed by the seawater. Du Qing's expression continued to change. He clenched his teeth and jumped into the air. Purple light shined from his body, and he turned into a wooden body. He walked toward the other child, Vein Dragon Soul. Wang Lin's name was about to spread across the immortal astral continent, and a miracle was about to appear in the 300 Celestial Renegade Alliance. Thanks to love, Lake Lan Yang slaughtered her way into the ranks of the Celestial Renegade Alliance's leaders. As a third-step cultivator, she followed Wang Lin to break through the cage of the cave and become the champion of the immortal astral continent. She was extremely grateful and gifted the 7-color divine spear to express her gratitude. Chapter 1816. Du Qing had gone through 7 arcane tribulants, and although he wasn't at the early stage of void tribulant, his strength was still unfathomable. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin had many tricks up his sleeve, it would be very difficult to convince him. This person was very cautious and was flexible in order to achieve his goals. In order to curry favor with Wang Lin, he used his most powerful spell. There was a flash of purple light, and his weight essence spread out. As the dragon's soul roared, it closed in on Du Qing. Its body trembled as if it had suddenly become much heavier. It let out a miserable scream and fell from the sky. It smashed into the ground, struggling and roaring, but unable to break free. As the child vein dragon's soul roared, flames spread uncontrollably from Du Qing's body as if they were going to devour him. This scene was seen by Wang Lin, and Wang Lin gained a new understanding of Du Qing's weight essence. Wang Lin no longer paid attention to Du Qing. Aside from splitting a sliver of his divine sense to guard against it, he focused all his attention on the fire dragon that was closing in. The fire dragon gave off intense heat, and as it closed in, the friction with the aura of the world caused a large amount of black smoke to appear around it. It didn't look like a fire dragon soul, but an immortal astral demon dragon. The moment the fire dragon's soul rushed at Wang Lin's white hair fluttered, and he stepped forward. His right hand formed a seal, and he waved his hand. There was a flash of bloodlight, and the blood sword appeared in Wang Lin's hand. It turned into a ray of heaven-splitting bloodlight and chopped down on the child vein fire dragon soul. That slash caused the weather to change. Booming sounds echoed in the air as the blood-red light touched the fire dragon's soul. Loud booming sounds rang out, and the fire dragon's soul felt pain. It roared and retreated to avoid the blood-red light. However, the blood light was too strong. Almost at the instant the fire dragon's soul retreated, it swept past its body. With a miserable roar, the fire dragon soul's body was cut off by the blood sword. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the fire dragon soul retreated. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He was at the critical moment of forming his essence true body, so he stepped forward without hesitation. His left hand reached at the void and grabbed a part of the child vein dragon soul. He threw it into the fireball. After the fireball absorbed the dragon soul, the flames immediately burned fiercely again, and the essence true body that already had 4 limbs immediately showed signs of forming a body. Wang Lin moved as fast as lightning. In a flash, he crossed 10,000 feet and appeared above the retreating child vein dragon soul. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Although he could not suppress the dragon soul with just one essence like Du Qing, his sword was shocking and sharp. At that moment, Wang Lin raised his right hand above the fire dragon soul. Golden light spread out from his palm, and it caused Du Qing's heart to tremble. The golden seal, surrounded by golden light in Wang Lin's hand, was reflected in his pupils. When the golden seal appeared, forget Du Qing, even the mere dragon's soul trembled. Fear appeared in its ferocious eyes. It originally did not want to come here, but Wang Lin had extracted its soul. When it saw the golden seal, its first reaction was to flee. It moved and instantly crossed 100,000 feet. From a distance, it could only be seen as a black dot. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he pointed at where the fire dragon escaped. There was a flash of golden light, and the golden seal flew off into the distance. Wang Lin didn't even bother to look at the result. He turned to look at the other fire dragon that Du Qing was suppressing. Just as he turned around, a thunderous rumble that caused the earth to tremble came from a distance. There was a flash of golden light, and the golden seal flew back and floated next to Wang Lin. Inside the golden seal was a fire dragon that had shrunk countless times. It struggled and let out a roar of despair. This scene caused Du Qing's heart to tremble. It is indeed worthy of being a treasure made by a grand Empyrean. This power, Looking at this person's expression, he obviously hasn't used his full power. Du Qing blinked and quickly smiled. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on obtaining 2 child vein dragon souls. This essence true body is almost complete. Wang Lin shook his head slightly. He didn't speak, but pointed at the golden seal. The dragon soul was surrounded by golden light and flew toward the fireball. The fireball absorbed a complete child vein dragon soul. The flames inside the fireball roared, and the 4-limbed essence true body was condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, after half of it had condensed, the fire gradually dimmed and showed signs of extinguishing. Wang Lin frowned and looked at Du Qing. Du Qing didn't need to say it, but the heart of 7 orifices was more or less the same. He immediately understood and pointed at the suppressed child vein dragon soul. The child vein dragon's soul struggled and roared as it flew toward the fireball. It closed in an instant, and at the instant of contact, a powerful suction force erupted from the 3-meter-long fireball, madly absorbing the fire essence within the dragon's soul. The dragon's soul roared, and in the end, it dissipated, all of it absorbed by the fireball. After absorbing another child vein dragon soul, the fireball condensed once more. Wang Lin's essence true body immediately condensed. After half an incense stick of time, the body was completely formed. At this moment, the essence true body inside the fireball had 4 limbs and a body. Only the head still looked like rose finches. It looked a bit strange. However, the power of the fire had reached its limit. The fireball suddenly collapsed and turned into sparks that were absorbed by the essence true body. As the fireball disintegrated, an extremely powerful pressure spread out from the incomplete origin true body and enveloped the surroundings. Du Qing wasn't far away, so when he felt this pressure, he felt a chill in his heart. Even with his cultivation level, he had the urge to retreat. This showed how powerful this essence true body was. This isn't even the complete essence true body, but it already has such pressure. Once it's complete, Du Qing took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with desire. He also wanted to form his essence true body. 188 branch veins and 3 child veins can't form an essence true body. The difficulty of forming an essence true body is too high. With this difficulty, it's no wonder I haven't seen a single essence true body in the cave world. With the resources of the cave world, it's impossible to form one, not even one. Wang Lin sighed. The difficulty of forming an essence true body made him very emotional. The further I go, the more fire essence I will need. I wonder how much fire essence I will need to form this head. As Wang Lin pondered, the fire essence true body took a step forward and turned into a sea of fire that entered Wang Lin's left eye. The moment it entered, a shocking change occurred in Wang Lin's left eye. There was no longer the fire mark in his left eye, but a pair of pupils. Those 2 pupils gave off an extremely demonic feeling. After moving his head a bit, Wang Lin walked forward. The moment he moved, a shadow appeared behind him. It seemed to be synchronized with him, but it was impossible to see its appearance. This sudden change caused Du Qing to suck in a breath of cold air. Could this be the change that happens when an essence true body appears? The shadow moves with me. I once saw the Great Soul Sect's ancestor in the Great Soul Sect. When he appeared, it was also like this. There seemed to always be a shadow following him. It was the same no matter where he went. It was even more so when he used his abilities. Wang Lin frowned and seemed to notice the change in his body after the essence true body formed. He pondered a bit, and the shadow behind him faded until it disappeared completely. Let's go to the Blue Dragon sect. I'm going to live there for a while. Wang Lin looked at Du Qing. When Du Qing heard this, he immediately became excited. He smiled and clasped his hands. I'm honored. Wang Daoyu, rest assured I'll definitely mobilize all the disciples to find the Earth Fire Dragon Vein. I'll also send the elders of the sect to extract the dragon soul for fellow cultivator to cultivate. Wang Lin's expression didn't reveal any anger, and he slowly nodded. He and Du Qing turned into two beams of light that shot into the distance. Behind the two of them, the earth flame child vein under the mountain range gradually withered. In a heavenly bull continent, two rays of light flew across the sky. Du Qing's cultivation level was high, so he was naturally much faster than Wang Lin. As he moved forward, he looked at Wang Lin and a different thought appeared in his mind. What exactly is this person's cultivation level? He looks like he's only at the peak of Spirit Void, but he was able to block two of my spells, and he didn't even use his full power. Although his cultivation level can be hidden, his speed is also a standard to judge his cultivation level. Let's see how fast he is. Du Qing's expression didn't change as he slowly increased his speed. He surpassed Wang Lin a bit, and the distance between them grew larger and larger. I can't be too obvious, just a little bit. After all, I still need to rely on this person to get in contact with the Grand Empyrean. Du Qing didn't dare to go too far. Seeing that Wang Lin couldn't go any faster, he was about to slow down when his pupils suddenly shrank, because Wang Lin's cold gaze landed on Du Qing's eyes. At the same time, Wang Lin waved his right hand and black fog appeared in his hand. A sharp roar came from the black fog. The howl was ear-piercing and had the effect of shaking one's mind. Du Qing wasn't too far away, and as soon as he heard the howl, his mind trembled. In fact, he felt as if his body was about to collapse. It was as if the howl contained a peerless, ferocious flame that wanted to rip his body to shreds. What kind of fierce beast is this? Du Qing's expression suddenly changed. The Mosquito King appeared from the black fog. Its ferocious appearance, its large mouth, its body that had shrunk to the size of a mountain, and the black thorns all shocked Du Qing. Fellow cultivator Du, you're too slow. You need to catch up. As Wang Lin spoke, he stepped forward and landed on the Mosquito King. The Mosquito King charged forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Du Qing was shocked once again. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.